It's a little bit dangerous to rely on YouTube because YouTube is a double-edged sword. YouTube is a double-edged sword. YouTube is run by the children of Satan. And that's our fault. That's my fault. And the fault of every single Hebrew Israelite. The world is controlled by Satan because of us. We are responsible. We are to blame for the world being run by Satan. It wasn't the will of the Most High. But the Most High being who He is, He always have two options. You keep my commandments, you'll be at the top. All these blessings will be yours. You're going to lead. You're going to rule. If you keep my commandments, you will be the leader. You will teach the rest. You will loan to the rest. If you don't keep my commandments, you will be at the bottom. You will borrow. Other people will rule over you. And not only will they rule over you, they will oppress you. And you will be at the bottom everywhere. Not just outside, but in your own home. As a man, you will be at the bottom. That's why it says in the book of Isaiah, children are their oppressor, and women rule over them. Children are their oppressors. Who? The Israelites. The men. The Most High was talking to the men of Israel, that children are their oppressor and women rule over them. And the Most High said that in disgust. He was disgusted that children are now ruling the men of Israel, and women are now ruling over them while their children are oppressing them. So as I'm trying to keep the law, that's why I despise any woman that tries to rule over me. I have a special hatred for any woman that tries to rule over me because you're trying to get me to sin. Because it's a sin for a man to allow a woman to rule over him. Goes back to Genesis. It wasn't the will of Yah. And the Most High was very angry with Adam. He was supposed to rule if he had kept the commandment. But when he didn't keep the commandment, all hell broke loose. So it's important to take responsibility. It's easy to whine and complain and cry and play the victim. We are not doing ourselves any good. We have to take up responsibility, accept that we were wrong. We sinned. We broke the law. And that's why we are in this condition. Once we accept that with all our heart and with all our soul, then that means that we have to go back and do what we did not do. And this is the reason why our people refuse to accept who they are. That's the reason why our people refuse to accept that they are the Hebrews, because they realize that if they do accept that they are the Hebrews, then they will have to keep the commandment. But they're actually playing games, and they're playing themselves. Because if you don't start keeping the commandment, you see, what I just told you about not allowing a woman to rule over me, that will be over my dead body. I will never allow that. That's a sin. That's against the will of the Most High. So that's one of the rules that I have. If you're going to be around me, you must be in your place. I will never let a woman rule over me. The Most High feels disgusted at that. And right now, He's just watching us. So because I'm beginning to keep the commandment, trying to keep the commandment, so my eyes is open. Now I realize that that's not supposed to happen, because that is supposed to be part of the courses. Part of the courses of Deuteronomy 28 is that your women will rule over you. And that's exactly what's happening today. And in different ways, you see it happening. So the kind of relationship that men and women have today is different from the kind of relationship that men and women used to have. So now you see men getting on their knees when they propose, when it used to be the other way around. And that's why it says in Sirach chapter 26-23 that women like that are reserved for an unrighteous man. A wicked woman is given as a portion to an unrighteous man that refused to keep the law. So back to YouTube. Why it's dangerous to you must be careful on YouTube is that because we sinned and we are now at the bottom and our enemies are ruling over us, the Most High now took the power that he reserved for us. He now took it and gave to our enemies who are now controlling the world. So they are now in charge. I'm glad that they are done. I'm glad that they're done because no empire rules forever. The only kingdom that will last forever is the kingdom of Yeshua. Every other kingdom, the Assyrians, the Philistines, the Babylonians, the Greeks, every empire that have ruled the whole world, they always rule and they think that they're going to last forever, and then they just slowly vanishes. They just slowly disappear. And it's a wonderful thing to be alive and see this thing happening in this current kingdom, how they're slowly going away. And that everlasting kingdom will be established, like it says in Daniel chapter 2. That kingdom will last forever. And that's the kingdom that we're waiting for. But right now, the current kingdom in the world, the current system in the world, the current kingdom that the Europeans are running is not the kingdom of the Most High. And the Most High allowed them to control this world. So YouTube is flooded with, oh my goodness. YouTube is filled. YouTube is full of false doctrines masquerading as true doctrine. So it's not a place that you want to go. You have to be extremely careful. And one of the first things you have to do is to make sure that you don't learn from a Gentile, because they are not meant to teach you. They're not meant to teach. In the scriptures, they've always been taught. The Ethiopian eunuch in Acts, why can't the Most High make him to understand what he was reading in Isaiah chapter 53? The Ethiopian eunuch was reading Isaiah chapter 53, but he didn't understand it. And Yah had to send a Hebrew to go teach him. Acts chapter 10, Cornelius, the Italian, he was a Gentile, but he was a man that started keeping the law. But then Yah sent Peter to go teach him. This is the way it has always worked. The Most High, that's why it says in Exodus chapter 19, verse 5 and 6, Exodus 19, 5 and 6, that he chose the Hebrews to be a kingdom of priests to teach the rest of the world. So one of your first rule is never let a Gentile teach you the Bible. It's against the will of the Most High. There are things that are against the will of the Most High. And Yeshua HaMashiach, our Savior, says in Matthew chapter 7, 21 to 23. Matthew 7, 21 to 23. Not everyone that says to me, Lord, Lord, or Master, Master, will be allowed into the kingdom. Not everyone that says to me, Lord, Lord, or Master, Master, will be allowed into the kingdom, but those that did the will of my Father who is in heaven. But those that did the will of my Father who is in heaven. But those that did the will of my Father who is in heaven. Please, I want you to never forget this. There are certain things that are the will of our Father that are not written down as a law. It's up to us to study diligently to make sure that we follow those things. There are things that are not His will, that are not according to the law. There are things that we can see that it's not in the law, but we know that this thing will not be good in the sight of Yah. And we have to make sure that we stay away from things like that. So Yeshua said that not everyone that says to me, Lord, Lord, or Master, Master, will be allowed into the kingdom, but those that do the will of my Father. It is not the will of the Most High, based on the scriptures that I've shown you. Acts chapter 8, Acts chapter 10, which is Cornelius and the Ethiopian eunuch, 2 different occasions. You see that Yah sent a Hebrew to go teach those people who are not Israelite. And then you have Exodus chapter 19, verse 5 and 6. And then you have Isaiah chapter 2 that talks about the future, how the other nations will come and they will come to go learn the law and the new covenant, which is the law from the Israelite. So that's the way it used to be, that we were teaching them. But now we are no longer teaching them. And I really encourage you to read Jubilees chapter 1. Read the whole chapter. Jubilees chapter 1. Jubilees chapter 1. Read the whole chapter and you will see what it says. So now we're no longer teaching them because we decided to follow after them. But if you look at Isaiah chapter 2, you see that in the future, those other nations will come and the Israelites will teach them. They will come and they will be taught. Whatever is left after Yah destroys them, there's going to be people that will be left. Okay? Whenever somebody tells you that only the Israelites will be in the kingdom, that person is lying. Anyone that tells you that only Israelites will be in the kingdom, that person is lying. There will be people of other nations, but it will not be the worst of the Gentiles, like it says in Ezekiel chapter 7:24. There are different Gentiles. Ezekiel 7:24 describes the worst of the Gentiles. That's the one that Yah said he will send against us. The worst of the Gentiles. The Mexicans are Gentiles. Mexicans, they are not Hebrew Israelites. They are Gentiles. Okay. The Asians, Japanese, Chinese, these are Gentiles. And typically they are hidden. Typically they are not rebellious towards the Most High. They don't even know the Most High. Okay. So those humble Gentiles who are clueless, who are worshiping their idols, which I'm not going to name their idols, who are worshiping their idols, they are clueless. Take the Bible and start teaching them, they will listen. They don't know better. So those are the type that you're going to see in the kingdom. Not those who are being rebellious towards the Most High. Those who are challenging the Most High. Those who are saying that there is no God. Those who are saying that the world appeared out of nothing. These are the ones described in Isaiah chapter 65. So if you want to know what Yah thinks of them, go and read Isaiah 65. If you want to know what Yah thinks of the Gentiles, like the Europeans, go and read Isaiah 65. You see how he tried to save them. But you see their attitude in Isaiah 65 is still their attitude till this day. It's the same attitude that they have towards the Most High till this day. So there are things that are the will of the Most High. So part of the first step you have to take when you go on YouTube to search for information, never let a Gentile teach you the Bible. That is against the will of the Most High. And the Most High that I'm talking about here is the same one that sent people a strong delusion, according to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, we see that our Heavenly Father sent people strong delusion to believe lies because they refuse to believe the truth. So what did the Most High do? He sends them a strong delusion to believe lies because they refuse to believe the truth. So my fear for you is that if you think that this is a joke, let me say that again. I want to make sure I say it clearly. My fear for you is that if you think that this is a joke and you allow a Gentile to teach you the Bible, then you are going against the will of Yah. And my fear is that he will most likely send you a strong delusion, meaning that you're going to believe the lies that those Gentiles will teach you. In the book of Psalms, you see what the Most High was saying about the heathen. And the Most High was saying, how dare they touch his laws? How dare they even speak about his laws? They're not allowed to it's not their job to teach it. It's their job to learn and keep the law. They are required to keep the law. So that's your first step. Also, the sons of Eli. The sons of Eli, when they were being a nuisance at the sanctuary, at the tabernacle, they were being a nuisance. They were supposed to be running the house of Yah, but they turned it into a business. They turned their duties as the priest or the Levite, they turned it into a business. So when people come to offer sacrifice, they do things like making you not to really offer that sacrifice. They make you to not burn the animal, but to keep it like fresh, so that when you leave, they sell the meat. They were doing kind of like stuff like that. So they will sell the meat, like they were, and they were intimidating the Israelite. For the women, you can read this in the book of Samuel. For the women, they were exploiting Hebrew women and sometimes having sex with them. These are supposed to be the priests. So when the situation, because their father was so old, Eli was so old. Eli was very old when the word of what they were doing, you can read the book of Samuel to read more about this. When their father, who was very old, who was now at home, he had eye problem, he couldn't see anymore, he couldn't see very well, or even see at all. So he couldn't see. He has eye problem, and I just want to keep that in mind. Here you have a priest that served the Most High. I just want you to keep this in mind. Here you have a priest that served the Most High. This is a priest that communicated with the Most High. This is not a regular Israelite, a priest, and yet he had an eye problem. Read the book of 1 Samuel. He was a priest. Read the book of 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel. Spend your time today and read it. He was a priest, but he had eye problem. Why am I highlighting this? Why am I pointing it out? So that you understand that just because you're having an issue or something is happening to you, that doesn't mean that you understand that even a priest of the Most High had eye problem and couldn't see very well. So what happened to his sons? When he found out what his sons, because his son took over from him, that's the way it goes. They were the Levite. So when his sons took over from him and they were exploiting the Israelite and was having sex with women and doing all these things, having sex with the women meaning that if a woman comes to do something in the temple, like at the sanctuary, I don't like to call it the temple. When the woman comes to do something at the sanctuary, Yah's house, maybe because you gave birth and you come to do what you're supposed to do in Leviticus chapter 12, stuff like that. There are, people come to do stuff at the place of worship. So they will exploit them. They will, when they see a beautiful woman, they try to have sex with her. So the problem is not that they are having sex, because they can have sex with their wives. The problem is not that they are having sex. The problem is that they were exploiting the Israelite. So because they did this, the Most High hardened their heart. Their father Eli was pleading with them, begging them to stop doing this. But according to the scriptures, it said that Yah hardened their hearts, and they couldn't repent. They will not listen, because the Most High hardened their heart. And the scripture said, because the Most High have decided to destroy them. So because he decided to destroy them, he hardened their heart. They didn't listen to their father. And there's nothing you could say to them that they will listen to you. They will never listen to you. And eventually Yah destroyed them. So the Most High withheld repentance from them. I really hope you also keep this one in mind. Okay? I hope you keep this one in mind. I gave you an example with their father who had an eye problem. Even though he was a priest, do you think that the Most High couldn't heal him? Do you think the Most High couldn't make him to get well? Yeshua made somebody to see. Why wasn't he crying every day and pleading with the Most High to make him to see? I really want you to understand that our flesh, we're here now. I'm not going to say years. Let me say 40 Christmas. Christmas is already here. Like it's being practiced in this world. Even though we hate it. We hate Christmas. We don't celebrate it. But it's here. It's a pagan holiday. And the pagans, as long as the pagans are around, they will celebrate their holidays. There's nothing we can do about that. As long as the pagans are around, pagans will celebrate their holidays. And our brothers and our sisters who have chosen to follow the pagans, like we used to follow the pagans, they will always celebrate Christmas and the other pagan holidays. So I'm not going to say years. I'm going to say 40 Christmas. Because if I say 40 years from now, you're going to think, oh, 40 years, that's too long. 40 years is too long. That's fine. That's okay. 40 Christmas from now, most of us here will not be here. 40 Christmas. Because years comes very slow. If I say Christmas, you know it comes very fast. 40 Christmases from now, most of us here right now will be gone. Including myself, will be gone. 40 Christmases from now. 40. 1 Christmas, 2 Christmas, 3 Christmas, 10 Christmases, 20 Christmases 20 years from now. 40 Christmases 40 years from now. Most of us here will be gone. And I really want you to keep that in mind, because Satan doesn't want you to think about things like this. Satan wants you to be focused. He wants to keep you focused on this current world right now. Keep you busy and focused. It's all about like going to work, working, making money, buying stuff, doing this. Like keep you busy in this world. And you totally forget that you are in a place where you actually came in with nothing and you have to live with nothing. I came in here with nothing. I'm living with nothing. It's like you went into a country and you only have a limited time to be in that country before you leave. But you came in with nothing. And you're going to enter a plane to fly out. Or you're going to go into a boat to get out. So it's guaranteed that they will never allow you to take anything out. They would never allow you to take anything when you're leaving that country. Does it make any sense to waste so much time trying to build a house in that country? Does it make so much sense to try? Think about this. Just think about this. Like as I said in the beginning, I have no idea who this is for. Whatever coming out of this place from right now, I have no idea who this is for. It could be for you. I don't know. This is not what I came here to do right now. I came here for us to worship on the Sabbath day. But this is what Yah does. This is how Yah gets information to people, gets messages to people. So I really want you to imagine that you're in a country where you went into that country and you came into that country with nothing. And it's well established that everybody that has ever gone into that country did not live with anything. Everybody that went into that country, even those that went into that country with something, they still left with nothing. Nobody has ever left with anything. I want you to imagine this. I don't know why this thing is coming up right now, but actually I know because Yah wants it to come up. But I've never even imagined this. So let me keep going. And so I myself can also understand what I'm saying. So imagine you are in a country you come into a place where it's 100% understood that nobody will leave that country with anything. But you have a limited amount of time to stay there. The only thing is that you don't know when you're going to leave. All you were told is to be ready. That you're going to leave at any time. Oh my goodness. You're going to leave at any time. And you were told to be ready. Just be ready. You will leave at any time. But you will never take anything. Please, I want you to imagine this. You have to imagine this. Imagine, just imagine, close your eyes and imagine that you come into a country where you came in with all the clothes you have in your body. You just came in, you didn't come in with any money, nothing. But you will never leave that country with anything. You will never be allowed to get away from that country and go anywhere else with anything. For you to leave that country, and you have to leave that country. It's just that they don't tell you when. All they say is just be ready. That you're going to leave at any time. And when you leave at any time, you're leaving with nothing. Does it make sense to you to spend time building a house in a country, a house that you will not take with you? You're not going to take that house with you. Think about that. Does that make any sense? Does it make sense to go and you know that you are going to be tapped on the shoulder? Okay, it's time to go. And once they tell you it's time to go, you don't have any choice. You can't beg, you can't plead. You will go, whether you like it or not. Does it make any sense to go and to start looking for to go to a university in that country? Does it make any sense? To go spend 4 years. Does it make any sense if you have children to send your children to school to go spend 4 years at the university? And the most important part of it is that person that told you to wait gave you rules and regulation on how to operate while you're waiting. He gave you rules and regulations. The things you can do and the things you cannot do while you are in that country. Does it make any sense to not know those rules and regulations? Because when you get taken away from that particular country, there are 2 destinations. The better place, the paradise, the place that you really, really, really wanted to be in. The place that you really, really want to be in. The place you don't have to work for anything. The place you will live forever. The only way to get into that place is that you have to follow the rules and the regulations that man gave you. He said, while you're waiting for me in this country, here is this book. Follow these rules and regulations. In this book, you're going to find out how to eat and what to eat. How to dress, what to wear and how to dress. How to do, basically everything is in that book. And all you have to do is wait and follow the rules in that book while you're living in that country. And however you follow that book will determine how you are going to, where you're going to be dropped off when you get picked up. Does it make any sense to not know anything about that book? Does it make any sense to not be reading that book every day? So now you understand why the Most High told us to read that book every day and every night. Every day and every night. Even if it's one verse in Leviticus that you open and you're looking at it and you're thinking about it. Even if it's just one verse, meditate on it. Think about it. Think of what the world would have been like if everybody is following that verse. So now it makes sense. Now you understand why he tells you to do it once in the daytime and once at night. Now it makes sense why he says to put that thing at the bottom of your clothes. Now it makes sense why he says that whenever you look at it so that you can remember the rules and regulation in that book. So if you are in this situation and you're waiting, does it make sense to really go and start looking and start pursuing and start trying to get things that you will never take with you? Does that make sense? Does that make sense to be living however you want? Spending so much time in gathering and earning and acquiring things that you will never take with you. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to really not know that book, that rules and regulation that man gave you that you must follow while you live in that country? That rules and regulation is the laws and the commandments of the Most High. This is exactly what happened to those 10 virgins, Matthew 25. 10 of them was waiting. 5 was ready, 5 was not. So what the enemy has done is that the enemy has distracted us so much. This is what Christ warned us in Matthew or Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21. This is what he warned us. He warned us in Luke 21 about this particular situation. Luke 21. Luke chapter 21 from verse 34. Be on guard that your hearts are not weighed down with dissipation and drunkenness and the worries of this life, and that day does not catch you unexpectedly like a trap, for it will come upon all who live on the face of the whole earth. Verse 36, be alert at all times, praying that you may have the strength to escape all these things that will take place and to stand before the Son of Man. Matthew chapter 13. That's where they say we should go. Matthew chapter 13. Let's go and find out what it says. Matthew chapter 13. Please go to Matthew chapter 13 from verse 24. Matthew 13 from verse 24. Matthew 13 from verse 24. Matthew 13 from verse 24. He put before them another parable. What I was giving you about that country where you came into and you're told to wait and you're going to leave that country with nothing. That's a parable. That is a parable that I was giving you. Okay? That's a parable. I usually tell you stories, and some of you may think, why does Brother Tobiah always tell stories or give us example? Why does he talk about people? Why does he say, I was talking to this person and they said this? Or I was, why does he do that? Because you see it in the scriptures too, because Yeshua does that, because the Most High sometimes, like in Ezekiel chapter 23, Hosea, and other places, you see Yah giving an example, like Second Samuel chapter 12. He gives you an example to make sure that you understand exactly what he's saying. So Matthew 13:24, he put forth before them another parable. The kingdom of heaven may be compared to someone who sowed good seed in his field. Verse 25, but while everybody was asleep, an enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat, and then went away. Verse 26, Matthew 13:26. So when the plant came up and bore grain, then the weeds appeared as well. Verse 27, and the slaves of the householder came and said to him, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? Where then did these weeds come from? Verse 28, he answered, an enemy has done this. The slave said to him, then do you want us to go and gather them? Verse 29, Matthew 13:29. But he replied, no. For in gathering the weeds, you will uproot the weed along with them. Verse 30, let them both grow together until harvest. And at harvest time, I will tell the reapers, collect the weeds first and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the weeds into my barn. Let's go to verse 36 to see the meaning of this parable. Starting from verse 36, Matthew 13 from verse 36, to see the meaning of the parable that he just gave them. Matthew 13 from verse 36. Then he left the crowd and went into the house, and his disciples approached him, saying, explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field. Verse 37, he answered, the one who sowed the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, and the good seed are the children of the kingdom. The weeds are the children of the devil, of the evil one. Verse 29, and the enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age. The reapers are the angels. Verse 40, just as the weeds are collected and burned up with fire, so will it be at the end of the age. Verse 41, the Son of Man will send his angels, and they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and evildoers. Verse 42, and they will throw them into furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Verse 43, then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Let anyone with ears listen. The righteous, who is the righteous? Psalm 119. Verse 172. Psalm 119, verse 172. Luke chapter 1, verse 5 and 6. Luke chapter 1, verse 5 and 6. Luke chapter 1, verse 5 and 6 describes that those who are keeping the commandments of the Most High, they are the righteous. So Luke chapter 21 that we read gives us an idea of the country I was describing earlier. And Yeshua HaMashiach tells you to be careful Christ says not to be careful, not to be distracted by worries of this life. In Matthew chapter 13, he describes the world that we're living in right now. There are two types of people. Those who are keeping the commandments, they are the righteous. Those who are committing sin, 1 John 3:4, sin is the transgression of the law. Those who are committing sin are the children of Satan. What is sin? Lawlessness, refusing to keep God's law. That is sin. And those that refuse to keep his laws, the sinners, the lawbreakers, will be burned up, according to Matthew 13 from verse 36. So what the evil one has done is to keep us busy, to keep us busy with chasing after things that we will never take with us. If I say if not that I have work to do, if not that I have work to do, my personal desire was, my personal desire was to go into, oh my goodness, to go into a remote village. I grew up in a small village, but to look for a place like that. See, people want to go to the big city. People want to live in the big city. My desire was to go into a small village, like the place I used to live. It was so small that if you want to go to the city, mainly we go out on Wednesdays, because there was one man in that village that had a pickup truck. And so if you're traveling, if you're going out, you go out with him. But the women in the village, usually they go out to go sell their stuff in the city, to go sell their produce, their food. So he takes them to the city and they sell their stuff and he brings them back into the village. It was a small village. So my desire was to go to a place like that. You will never be hungry in a place like that unless you are lazy. And Yah doesn't want lazy people. The Most High does not want lazy men. The Most High does not want lazy women. Everybody has their responsibility. A man is not supposed to be lazy when it comes to providing and protecting. A woman is not supposed to be lazy when it comes to doing her work in the house. Not that garbage that your enemies have taught you. Not that nonsense that the children of Satan have taught you. Your job is in the house. A woman is not supposed to be lazy in the kitchen. But today, look at what we got today. Some women don't even cook. In a week will go by and they won't even cook. They go out and they buy outside. They go outside and they buy food outside. Oh my goodness. Do you know the amount of preservatives, chemicals, MSGs, monosodium glutamate, high fructose corn syrup, all these chemicals that these people are putting in there. And this is the garbage that women are feeding their children today. This is why I teach young people. If a woman don't know how to cook, don't marry her. If a woman don't know how to cook, do not marry her. It's like saying that a man don't know how to provide. Are you crazy? If you marry her, are you out of your mind? That's against the will of the Most High. So a woman who is lazy when it comes to cooking, when it comes to making sure that those food that has been provided are ready. If she's ready, if she's lazy, then she's no longer doing her job. If she's lazy with the kids, then she's no longer doing her job. These are the difference between the women you read about in the scriptures and the women you have today. There's a huge difference. My concern is that the Most High wants us to go back to the old way. What concerns me is that the Most High wants us to go back to the old ways. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. I just want to make sure that you get that chapter and that verses. That old way he was telling us to go back to, that is the law. So everybody have their responsibilities. If we don't let go of these things that we've learned from the Gentiles, we will not make it into the kingdom. Being born again is not just on our dressing. Being born again is not just in our dressing. It has to also reflect the way we think. We have to let go of their mindset. It's a toxic mindset, a mindset that is against the Most High, against His laws. So we must let go of their mindset. If you begin to behave the way you're supposed to behave, people will look at you. They will, of course, you know exactly what they'll be saying. They'll say you're crazy, you've joined a cult, you lost your mind. So, but does the Most High care? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. The system and the society that man has created will never trump the law of the Most High. If you think that that's going to happen, then you have to think again. So we are in a very interesting situation right now. And that situation that we're in right now is the situation where if we please Yah, then we're crazy, we're mentally ill, we joined a cult, and this will begin with your family members. They are the first people that begin to think of these things about you. If we please Yah. If we try to be like everyone else and dress like everyone else and do whatever and please people, Yah will not be pleased with us. So the Most High does not want lazy people. I'm going to start going back again. The Most High does not want lazy people. He doesn't want lazy men or lazy women. Regardless of whatever they've taught you, as a woman, your job is in the family. It's even in Titus chapter 2. And for those that have young people, you must teach them this. For those that have the ability to teach young people, you must teach them this. So we are in an interesting situation that we have to go back to all of these laws when everybody is going away from them. We have to go back and go back to the will of the Most High. There are certain things that are His will, and it's up to us to search out for those things. And as you're searching out those things and as you're practicing them, if you don't already know, people will say you're crazy. You've lost your mind. And that's why Christ told you what He told you in the book of Matthew. That's why He tells you that people are going to say these things against you. People are going to say you're crazy. They will say you lost your mind. They will say all of those things. They are going to say all of these things. Verse 10, Matthew chapter 5, verse 10. Matthew chapter 5, verse 10. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. Matthew chapter 5, verse 10. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. You have to know what righteousness means by now. Psalm 119 verse 172 tells you what righteousness means. Psalm 119 verse 172. Psalm 119 verse 172 tells you what righteousness means. Righteousness is the commandment of the Most High. Just like 1 John chapter 3 verse 4 tells you that sin is lawlessness. Breaking Yah's law is lawlessness. Breaking His law is lawlessness. The same way, Psalm 119 verse 172 gives you the definition, the meaning of righteousness. The commandments are righteousness. Those who are keeping the commandment are righteous people, according to Luke chapter 1 verse 5 and 6. Luke chapter 1 verse 5 and 6. So you need to know those places in order to understand what Christ was saying in Matthew chapter 5. From verse 10, blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake. So the right translation will be, blessed are those who are persecuted for keeping the law. Because according to Psalm 119 verse 172, righteousness is the law. Blessed are those who are persecuted for keeping the law, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those, Matthew chapter 5 verse 10. Blessed are those who are keeping the laws, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So if people are not thinking that you're crazy, if people are not accusing you of joining a cult, if people are not staring at you in a store and then you look at them and then they turn away because they're cowards, if people are not doing those things to you, then you're not doing something right. And I'm not playing. I'm not kidding. If people don't think you're crazy now that you're keeping the law, you're not doing it the right way. If people when people begin to think that you've joined a cult, that whatever you're following, you have joined a cult, and you are reading the wrong Bible, and that they don't know what happened to you, That's how you begin to know, okay, it seems like I'm beginning to do it right. Matthew chapter 5 from verse 10. Blessed are those who are persecuted for keeping the law, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Verse 11. Blessed are you when people rival you and persecute you and utter and speak all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Verse 12. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Do you remember Prophet Elijah? You remember how his life was on the line? You remember how he was running for his life? You remember how they were trying to kill him? Do you remember what happened at the end? So people don't want to hear the truth. People don't want to follow the truth. What is the truth? The law of the Most High. People don't want to hear it. They don't want to follow it. And they will kill for it. You remember how John the Baptist died? John the Baptist was beheaded. What did he do wrong? He told a man and a woman that was about to get married. The man is about to marry the woman. He told the man, you cannot marry her according to the law. According to the law of the Most High, you cannot marry her. He ignores John the Baptist and went ahead and married her anyway. But she never forgot that. She never forgot that thing that John said. And eventually, she made her husband to kill John the Baptist. These are the things that people who are keeping the law went through. That's why your Savior tells you that the same way they also did in verse 12. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Verse 13. You are the salt of the earth. But if salt has lost its taste, how can its saltness be restored? It is no longer good for anything, but is thrown out and trampled underfoot. Verse 14, you are the light of the world. A city built on a hill cannot be hid. Verse 15, no one after lighting a lamp puts it under the bushel basket, but on the lampstand, and it gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father in heaven. So we are supposed to be light unto others. We're supposed to be not only thinking about our own salvation, but to think of others. If you have children, then to your children, especially if you are a woman, or to your grandchildren. what is the point? And that's going to take me back to why I told you that my plan was to just move into a small village. Move into a small village and just stay there. Just stay away. Just stay there. The day I was able to get a sunlight, I will use my solar panel, charge my radio or something, and listen to hear what's going on in the outside world. Just stay there. That wasn't my plan before. That wasn't my plan. I had a different plan before I began to take the law seriously. And my plan was to stay in the city. My plan was to build up stuff in this world that I'm not going to take with me. So this is what Satan is doing, like the questions that I asked you earlier. So what Satan is doing is exactly the reason why Christ warned us in Luke chapter 21 to be careful. So Satan have kept us busy, and we are so busy spending our time, most of our time, gathering, building, and trying to get things that we will never take with us. You and I are living in that situation where we will never take anything with us as we leave that country. We will never. So what's the point of me spending all my life or half of my life to eventually buy a house that I will not take with me? What is the point of me spending 4 years of my life in a college, knowing fully well that they will not let me keep the law? And I don't even know when I'm going to be taken away. What is the point? All these things, I'm not going to take it with me. I will not take it with me. We have so many examples. Every single person that came into this world left with nothing. Not even their cell phone. Not even their phone. As soon as I drop and I stop breathing, I don't care about my cell phone. I don't care who takes my cell phone. I don't know. There's nothing I can do. We came into this world with nothing, and we're going to live with nothing. And we saw an example in Matthew chapter 13, that those who will be allowed into the coming kingdom are those who are keeping the commandments, who are righteous. And those who are unrighteous will be burned up with fire. So Satan has succeeded in distracting us and making us to focus on things that doesn't matter at all. We focus on things that doesn't matter, and it's taking our time. Today is the Sabbath day. There are brothers and sisters that know about the Sabbath, but they're not keeping it right now because of their job. They know about the Sabbath, but they're not keeping it. So what Satan is doing, the trick is to keep us busy, to keep us so distracted, and we are wasting our time because we're not going to take anything with us. Now, if you are in that country and you decided, okay, I'm going to, you decide, okay, I'm going to spend a lot of my time. I want to get out. I'm trying to get out. I want to be ready when they come for me. Now, if you're spending your time, like as I said, to save, I know brothers who are saving, who are working to save, but they are keeping the law while they're doing that. They understand that they have to keep the law. So they're keeping the law, they're wearing their fringes, they are keeping the Sabbath, but they are working hard. That's the way it's supposed to be. Why are they doing it? Because they want to take whatever money they earn and then go to a place like that place that I had talked about before. They want to go to a place like that small village. So they are putting in the time to work hard now and save up their money. And then take it to a small village where they will be able to be truly free. That's what those, there are people that I know a brother who is trying to do that. So, but they are doing it while keeping the law. What Satan has gotten us to do, and if you look at our brothers, our sisters, our moms, our dads, our children, when you look at our relatives, look at what Satan has done. Just look. So they are so busy with their college, with their career. They're so busy with their business. And most people, most of our family members have forgotten that they will not take any of these things with them. They totally forgot. They completely forgot. Just like me. It wasn't even something I was thinking in the past. It was all about, how am I going to be successful? How am I going to build my career and be successful? That was it. That was my plan. But now, I don't really care. As long as I see food to eat, that's all I care. That's it. A food and place to lay my head. But that doesn't cost much if you do it the right way. That's not a big deal. So we have to live our life like we're living in that place where we're going to get out with nothing. Nothing. We're not going to take anything. So even if you're going to chase after money or property, oh my goodness, it doesn't make any sense to not follow the rules and regulation that man gave you, which is the law and the commandment of the Most High. As long as you're following it, you're keeping the Sabbath, you're dressing moderately, you're wearing your fringes, you're growing your beard, you're dressing the way you're supposed to, you're doing everything you're supposed to, and you want to work 6 days a week, that's fine. Working 6 days a week and working hard is not the problem. The problem is that the evil one have deceived us into focusing so much time in working. And we are breaking the law of the Most High, and we forgot that all this stuff we're working, even the ones we're going to live with our children will still leave it when they leave. So we've been tricked into a situation where we're so busy, and Satan try to trap you with student loans, mortgage, and things like that. So it traps you with all these debts, and you don't want to damage your credit. You don't want to. It's all intentionally designed. It's all intentionally designed. When they give you credit card, do you understand that that credit card came from nothing? Do you understand that the money that the bank gives you comes from nothing? I don't know if some of you understand that. Some people think, oh, you think that they're giving you somebody's money. No, the money they gave you came from nothing. What banks do is that you need credit card. They print that plastic and they write some numbers on it and open an account, just like I can open a Skype for you. Just like you opened a Skype. Just like all of us have Skype account. And all of us are on Skype. And you can log into your Skype and I can log into my Skype. It's simply something that you do on a computer. It's the same technology. Your Skype has your name, mine has my stuff. So what Satan has done through his children is that they now have a different system called a bank. And when you need loan, they simply create an account, just like you can create a Skype account. And they put a bunch of numbers in there. 10,000 or 20,000, and they give you a plastic card. So now, all of a sudden, you are in debt. They can cancel your debt if they want to. You can go to the computer and just click, close the account and cancel everything. If they want to. Will they do it? No. Why? Because they are the children of Satan. The goal is to keep you busy. That's the system that we live in. So when I say that Satan is deceiving us into focusing so much in this world and working and doing all these things and not keeping the law, and the goal is to keep us busy as much as possible. When I say that Satan is doing it, Satan is not coming down from heaven with horns and tail, with ugly face, and doing these things. According to Revelation chapter 13 verse 2. Revelation chapter 13 verse 2, Satan have outsourced his job to the beast. And to find out who that beast is, you have to read Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 2. Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 2. Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 2, you get more information of who that beast is. The beast you read about. That Satan gave his power, his throne, and his authority in Revelation chapter 13 verse 2. So that beast is the one that gives you that credit card. That beast is the one that told you that your children have to go to school, or else they will become poor and die in poverty. That beast is the one that have altered and given you different versions of everything that the Most High told us to do. Basically, almost everything has been altered by the beast. And that beast are the Europeans. They are the ones running the world. They are the fourth kingdom that the book of Daniel chapter 2 warned you about. Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7 warned you about the fourth kingdom that will rule the whole world. And that fourth kingdom will be the last kingdom before the coming kingdom of Yeshua HaMashiach. And you're living in that fourth kingdom right now. That's why they've pretty much forced central bank system on every country, almost every country. And the countries that refuse to adopt their central bank system, they label that country their president will be labeled a dictator. And they will find a way to kill that president. Think North Korea. Think Syria. So they've spread their central bank system almost all around the world and use it to enslave people. But those who don't give a damn about the laws and the commandment of the Most High, they are the ones who will be caught in a trap in that system. Those who are keeping the laws and the commandments will try to stay away from them as much as possible. Stay very far away. The farther away you are from them, the harder it is for them to get you. That's why it says in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, 17 and 18. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, 17 and 18. Come out from among them. Touch nothing unclean. And I will receive you to myself. I will be a father to you, and you will be sons and daughters to me. That's why it says in James chapter 4, verse 4, that friendship with this world is enmity with the Most High. Friendship with this world is enmity to the Most High. Because this world, whether you're talking about their church, which is Christianity, it comes from the Europeans. The government, the political system, the judicial system, the education system, the fashion system, the entertainment industry, the fashion industry. Where are these all coming from? One direction. These are not coming from China, coming from the Europeans. They are currently the ones who are ruling the world, and you are living in that world, and you are living in that fourth kingdom. So those who are not keeping the law will not understand this. They don't know it, they don't understand it, and they will continue to live in bondage. They will continue to live as slaves. Those who are keeping the law, who understand this, will be thinking, how do I get away from these people and get as far away as possible? How do I build my own house? How do I build my own house? How do I grow my own food? So that's the system we're living in right now. That's why it says that friendship with the world is enmity with the Most High. James 4:4. Friendship with this world is enmity with the Most High. It also says something at 1 John chapter 2 that is similar, which actually explains 1 John, explains James chapter 4. So why will the Bible be saying something like this concerning the world that the Most High created? I thought he created this world. So why will we be told in James chapter 4:4 that friendship with this world is enmity with the Most High? Why will we read something like this in 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15? 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. 1 John chapter 2 from verse 15. Do not love the world or the things in the world. The love of the Father is not in those who love the world. Do not love the world or the things in the world. The love of the Father is not in those who love the world. For all that is in the world, the desire of the flesh and the desire of the eyes, the pride in riches, comes not from the Father, but from the world. Verse 16, for all that is in the world, the desire of the flesh, the things that we desire, the desires of the flesh, nice cars, nice houses, nice clothes, and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't live in a house. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't drive a car. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't wear anything. It's just that living in a house, if we have to break the law to live in a house, then no. We cannot break the law in order to live in a house. We cannot break the law in order to wear clothes. We cannot break the law in order to drive cars. And if you look at the world today, if you want to get those things, the desires of the flesh, like cars and clothes and cars and houses, you will most likely break the law in the current system in the world right now. Verse 16, for all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh, the desire of the eyes, a blind man don't really care about Bentley because he has never seen one. A blind man doesn't even care about Rolls-Royce because he has never seen it. A blind man doesn't care about mansion. All he cares is, can you please take me into the house? I don't want the sun to hit me. I don't want the rain to fall on me. That's all he cares. A blind man just wants a chair to sit in. That's it. He doesn't care about if the chair is gold, if it's platinum. A blind man doesn't care. He doesn't care if the bed is the richest bed in the world or whatever, the most expensive bed. He doesn't care. As long as it's comfortable and it feels good, that's all he cares. So we can actually have basic things that we need. But when we begin to follow the desires of the eyes, that's what gets us in trouble. Then all of a sudden, we just don't want a car. We want a particular car. All of a sudden, we just don't want a house. We want a particular style of a house. When we could have just have something basic and something we can be in, basic house, simple, but we don't want that. The pride in the pride in riches comes not from the Father, but from the world. Verse 17, and the world and its desires are passing away. And the world and its desires are passing away. And it is. That's the truth today. That is the truth. We are watching the Gentiles slowly pass away. And all of our people that are following them and refuse to let go the ways of the Gentiles, they will all be wiped away along with the Gentiles, the rebellious Gentiles. Verse 17, and the world and its desires are passing away, but those who do the will of Elohim live forever. But those that do the will of our Elohim lives forever. So this brings me back to the will of our Heavenly Father. The will of our Elohim. Those that do, remember what I told you earlier? There are certain things that Yah told us to do that you may not necessarily, there are certain things that we're supposed to do that you may not necessarily see in the law. But He doesn't want us to do it. There are things that are His will. There are things that you know that, what will Yah think about this? And you do it because you know that He will like it. There are certain things that you don't want to, that you think about, you're like, I'm not going to do that. I don't think that Yah will like me to do that. So these are His will. And those, as you see here, which is the same thing that I had quoted in Matthew chapter 7, 21 to 23. Matthew 7, 21 to 23. Those that do the will of the Most High, they are the ones who will be allowed into the kingdom. That's Matthew chapter 7 from verse 21 to 23. Here in First John chapter 2 from verse 15. First John chapter 2 from verse 15. We see that those that do the will of the Most High, they are the ones that will live forever. So I'm going to go try to slide back to where I started. So there are things that are the will of the Most High, like I have already mentioned. These things that are His will, when we don't do them, according to Christianity, they give us the impression that the Most High is all loving and all caring. He is even feminine. He's so feminine. He's all loving, and He's pleading with you to repent. You know, he will love if you will repent. And there's this competition going on between Satan and God. Let's go win soul for God. Let's go win some souls. These are Christian nonsense. Christian garbage. The Most High is not begging you to repent. The Most High is not begging anybody to keep the law. If I want to keep the law, fine. If you don't want to keep the law, fine. Sirach chapter 15. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. We see what it says. Let me see if I can read that real quick. Sirach chapter 15. The Most High is not begging anybody to keep the law. You want to keep the law? Okay, fine. You don't want to keep the law? Go ahead. Keep doing whatever you want to do. That's what the real that is the real the real God that we're supposed to be worshiping. He's not pleading with anybody. But He will destroy those that refuse to keep the law. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. If you choose, you can keep the commandment. I thought nobody can keep it. Now you see why they reject the book of Sirach. These are the reasons why they reject the book of Sirach. Things like this are the reasons why they reject the book of Sirach. Because the book of Sirach also says that he that found a wife findeth a good possession. So he that founded a wife, he that possesses a wife, or he that found a wife, founded a good possession. Doesn't describe marriage as 50-50. It describes marriage that the woman belongs to the man. So that cannot be tolerated, because that's not the understanding of marriage that the Gentiles have given us. They totally disagree with that. So look at what it says in Sirach chapter 15. If you don't have it, you can Google it. You can go to Google and type in Sirach chapter 15. Google it, type it into Google. Sirach 15:15. Sirach, S-I-R-A-C-H. 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 C-H. 15:15. Chapter 15 from verse 15. If you choose, you can keep the commandment. It says it's a choice. If we want to. And it's true. It depends on where you are. It depends if you want to keep it. It's a choice. The law is easy to keep depending on how the choice that I decide to make. It's a choice. Sirach 15:15. If you choose, you can keep the commandment, and to act faithfully is a matter of your own choice. Christians don't want to hear this. If you choose, you can keep the commandment, and to act faithfully is a matter of your own choice. Verse 16. Sirach 15:16. He has placed before you fire and water. Fire and water, stretch out your hand for whichever you choose. Verse 17. Before each person are life and death. Whichever one chooses will be given. Verse 18. For great is the wisdom of Yah. He is mighty in power and sees everything. He's watching us now. Verse 19. His eyes are on those who fear him, and he knows every human action. Verse 20. He has not commanded anyone to be wicked, and he has not given anyone permission to sin or to break the law. So it's a matter of choice. If we choose, we can keep the law. It's a matter of choice, and that's why he says, come out from among them and be ye separate. Why? That's why in Genesis chapter 12, that's why it tells Abraham, get away from your family. Leave from there. And that's why Yeshua HaMashiach, Christ, became homeless. He would rather sleep in the bush than to sleep in the family house with his brothers who were not really being serious with the law. We see in John chapter 7. John chapter 7 from verse 1. John chapter 7, we see what Christ was telling his brothers. He was describing his brothers as, he was describing them as people who are not serious. At that time, he was still living in the same house with them. But he describes them as people who are not ready to come out of the world. And then according to Luke chapter 21, at the very end of Luke chapter 21, you see that Christ was a homeless man. When Peter came to Christ and says, what should we do? The Romans are bothering us about paying tithe, paying tax. What should we do? Should we pay tax? Yeshua HaMashiach told Peter to go to the ocean. Take your net, go to the ocean, and put your net in the ocean. The very first fish that comes into your net, open the mouth of that fish. You will see a coin. Use that coin and go pay these people the tax that they are asking for. So why am I bringing that particular incident up, or that particular miracle up? Because if Yeshua wanted to have money, he could have money. So he wasn't homeless because he didn't have money. He wasn't homeless because he didn't have anywhere to stay. So it's a matter of choice if we want to keep the law or not. There are reasons why you see these holy men staying away. Yeah, people will accuse you of thinking that you're better than everyone else. That's not why you're staying away from them. That's not why I'm staying away from some of my family members. Some of them always, one of them talks about my beard. And she would tell me, why do you have this thing? She would say stuff like that. It makes you look old. Why are you not eating? How come you don't eat this? How come you don't eat that? Now, these are stuff that I said in my face. Imagine what they say in my back. To the point that they had to go tell my loved one that I have actually entered a cult, to scare them, that I entered into a cult. And they said that that cult is one of the cults that if you die, they take your properties. This is why would they do this? I'm not forcing you to keep the law. I'm not forcing you. It doesn't count when somebody is forced, because it's supposed to be done from their heart. I mean, you can make your children to wear fringes. That's your job, to make them to wear fringes, because it's your children, to make them to keep the Sabbath. That's part of the teaching. But for an adult, you don't force them to keep the law. It's a choice. Because if they keep it because of you, when you're no longer around, they will stop keeping it. If someone is keeping the law just to please you, just because they think you will be happy if they keep the law, if you're no longer around, or if you have a problem and you begin to quarrel or begin to fight, they will stop keeping the law, because they started doing it in the first place just to please you. I don't want that. I don't want someone that will keep the law just to please me. That's fake. It doesn't count. The Messiah doesn't recognize that, because in their heart, they didn't choose to keep the law. They're simply doing it because just to, please this person. So it's inevitable that you're going to have clashes within your family members. It's inevitable. Eventually it will happen. Because at the end of the day, most Israelites will not make it. And we need to keep that in mind so that we can be able to move on. There is a bus that is coming. That bus can only take 20 people. You have 60 people. So not everybody will make it into the bus. There's a bus coming. It only takes 20. But there are 60 people who are waiting. So what do? They now say, okay, you have to be doing this and doing this before you can be allowed into the kingdom. You have to be dressing this way. You have to be eating this way. You have to be doing things this way before you can be allowed into the bus. What would you do? Are you just going to assume, oh, the bus is coming? Oh, yeah, the bus is coming. The bus is coming. Yeah, the bus is coming, but you're not doing what you're supposed to do in order to make it into the bus. So most of our people will not make it in. And what I just said now, 2nd Esdras chapter 8. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. Let's see what it says. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. So most people will not make it. Let's see what it says here before. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. Again, if you don't have the book of Apocrypha, you can just Google it. It's on Google. You can even download the app, the Apocrypha app, and have it on your phone. So in that way, you can easily open it and read it. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. Let's see what it says about what I just described. So yeah, we will love our brothers and sisters and our moms and our dads to make it, but unfortunately, not everybody will make it. 2nd Esdras chapter 8. Second Esdras chapter 8. 2nd Esdras. 2nd Esdras. So that will be number 2. If you would like to Google it, put into Google 2. E as English. S as in Sunday. D as in David, R as in ring, A as in apple, S as in Sunday. Second Esdras. Second Esdras, chapter 8, tells you what will happen in the future. Second Esdras, chapter 8, he answered me and said, this is the angel talking to Prophet Esdras. And I will encourage you to read the whole book of Esdras. Read the whole book, so that in that way you can really, really understand the things that will happen in the future. So, Second Esdras chapter 8. Second Esdras chapter 8 tells us something that will happen in the future. It hasn't happened yet. This is the angel talking to the prophet Esdras. It says in verse 1, Second Esdras chapter 8, he answered me and said, the Most High made this world for the sake of many. The Most High made this world for the sake of many, but the world to come for the sake of only a few. That world to come is not for everybody. You see how this is in line with Matthew chapter 13 that we read. Not everyone will make it in. Only the good seed will make it in. The bad seed that was planted by Satan, it says in Matthew chapter 13, will be burned up with fire. Matthew chapter 13, from verse 24, and then from verse 36, Yeshua HaMashiach Christ explained that parable. So it says here that but the world to come for the sake of only a few. That's why I gave you the example that this is like where there's a bus coming to take us. There's a bus. There's 60 people, 60. But that bus can only take 20. You know it's not going to be easy to make it into that bus, unless the rest of the 40 people are sleeping. So, verse 2, Second Esdras chapter 8, verse 2. But I tell you a parable, Esdras, just as when you ask the earth, it will tell you that it provides a large amount of clay from which earthware is made, but only a little dust from which gold comes. So is the cost of this present world. Verse 3, look at verse 3. Many people have been created, but only a few shall be saved. Many have been created, but only a few shall be saved. Only a few. That's why it says in Philippians chapter 2 verse 12, Philippians 2:12, walk out your salvation with fear and trembling. Only few people will make it. The Most High have already told us through his angel that this world is created for many people. That's why these nations like the Indians, the Chinese, they are huge, large amount of people. So many people in this world right now. Billions and billions have already lived and died. Billions have lived their lives and died. But most people that lived in this world and died will not make it into the kingdom. According to the scriptures, most people that lived in this world and most people that are living it right now will not make it into the kingdom. Why? Because they didn't follow the instruction that you have to follow in order to enter into the kingdom. The scripture says that a man who is not circumcised will not be allowed into the kingdom. It says that they are already designed for destruction. They are already meant for destruction. So a man who is not circumcised, I can tell you, I can bet anything to guarantee you that that man will not be allowed into the kingdom. Because the Most High does not change. And we do agree that he doesn't change. So if he tells you that those who are not circumcised will not be allowed into the kingdom, what does that tell you? We have Isaiah chapter 56 and Isaiah 58. In Isaiah 56, we see the importance of keeping the Sabbath. Those who are keeping the Sabbath are the ones who will be allowed into the kingdom of heaven. So sometimes people think, and I really hope that you're not one of those people. I hope you're not one of those people. So people think there's no way God is going to destroy all these people. Some time ago, I was talking with a brother, and he told me there's no way God will destroy America. Look at all these people in America. How can God destroy all these people? So this now raises a question. Like as I always say, many of us don't really believe in the Bible. I'm telling you this from experience of dealing with people. Most Hebrew Israelites that are wearing fringes, that are keeping the Sabbath, don't really believe in the Bible. We believe the Passover. We believe the feast of, all these feasts. But when it comes to certain things, we just don't agree. But it's not supposed to be so. We're supposed to accept it all. You either accept it all or don't accept it at all. You either accept it all or don't accept it at all. So how can the Bible tell you that the Most High destroyed the earth? And I'm saying it in a nice way. Let me say it the way it is. How can the Bible tell you that the Most High drowned people? The Most High, the Creator, was drowning babies, drowning old men and old women, grandmas, grandpas. There were all kinds of people that time. And water was coming from the earth, down from the ground, and was coming from the top. And according to the book of Jubilees, they kept coming, and they kept coming, and they kept coming until, so there's water coming from the bottom, there's water coming from the top. It was pouring from the sky, coming from the ground until there's water everywhere. So why do you think that a God that did that? That's if you believe in the Bible. I believe it all. I believe everything. Everything. If it's written in the Bible, I believe it. And that raises certain questions. It raises questions, and people begin to ask you, are you saying that you believe that somebody should be stoned just because they did something, they broke the law? Yes. Are you saying that homosexuals should be stoned? Yes. Are you saying that a girl that loses her virginity while she was in her father's house should be stoned? Yes. Because I believe it all. And you say I'm crazy. Yeah, I understand. Because believing those things makes me crazy. So, how do we believe that the Most High saved Noah and his family? And then we think, maybe he will change his mind. Maybe he's not going to destroy America like he said he would in Revelation chapter 18 and Isaiah chapter 47. Maybe he will change his mind. And the brother told me, there's too many people in America. There's no way God will destroy them. Because there's too many people. No, that's nothing to Yah. Yah don't care about too many people who are not keeping the law. He already told us what he would do to them. He already told us. To anyone who is not keeping the law. The Messiah have already told us. Let's see what he says in Amos chapter 9, 9 and 10. Amos 9, 9 and 10. He already told us. He will destroy anyone who is not keeping the law. And that includes Israelites. Amos chapter 9, verse 9 and 10. Amos 9, 9 and 10. Amos chapter 9, verse 9 and 10. For lo, I will command and shake the house of Israel among all nations, as one shakes with a slave, but no puddle or pebble shall fall to the ground. So the Messiah is saying that he's going to shake his people, because right now his people are scattered in the four corners of the earth. The Israelites are scattered in the four corners of the earth, in different parts of the world. And if you are familiar with a mango tree, okay, so there are certain kind of mango that the mangoes that you are familiar with. I think I have some mango over here. Yeah, I do. So the mangoes that you're familiar with, there are some mangoes that are easy. They are very easy to, it's very easy to tell if they are ready. Like this mango right here. So this right here, it's green. So initially, the whole mango is green. And when you see that it's green, you don't touch it because it's not ready. But when it begins to change color and go from green to red, then you know it's ready. That's when you know that the mango is ready. When it goes from green to red, or green to yellow, or orange color, whichever you want to call it. But that's just this type of mango. There are other type of mango that everything is green. It just stays green. So it's hard to tell if it's ready or not. It's very difficult to tell. And if you ever step your foot in Africa, you will see the kind of mango I'm talking about. So how do you get those mangoes down? You climb, you send somebody to climb. If you can't climb yourself, you send someone to climb for you, and they climb on the mango and they shake it. So when you shake it, the ones that are ready, that are ripe and are ready, they will fall. That's how it works. They will just fall. So that's what we do. That's what I did when I was growing up. I climbed that mango and we shake it. We shake it, it falls, and it starts falling, and it starts falling, it falls. We get very excited. We take out the ones that we want to eat, and then we pack the rest and we go sell it in the market. And then use that money to buy other stuff that we need. I have never seen people that the Most High blessed the way He blessed us, even after we were kicked out of our land in 70 AD. It's now that I look back on the things that I basically, that I didn't really take seriously. And my people are abandoning all of those things. So if you remember what I told you, that if you will never go hungry if you live in a small town, in a small village, you will never be hungry. Because like as I gave you an example, this normally you have a mango tree in your compound. You can plant a mango. You can get the tree, you can get a seed, the mango seed like this one. You can actually take the seed. So what you do, you eat this mango. After you're done eating it, don't throw away the seed. You take the seed and you put it on the side, like on the side of the house, and just make sure that you leave it in a place that is not dry, in a very moist, in a place that is wet. Leave it there. And within a month or two, that mango seed will crack. It will actually crack and break and begin to, you see flower that will start coming out. The flower will come out, and then you then at that point take it and put it in wherever you want to put it in your house. You just put it on the ground. So it takes maybe 2-3 years, between 2-3 years, if not less. That mango tree will be ready. There are people that have a lot of this kind of trees in their houses or in their land. So you can always shake it, take it to the market and sell it. That's money right there. And this is how our ancestors was able to survive. They didn't have bank account. They didn't have hospitals. But they lived a much, much cleaner and better life than us. Today we are eating and drinking chemicals. And we call it food. Just because it tastes good. Like we're literally drinking chemicals. Did you know that they are using toilet water and cleaning it up and giving it back to you as clean water? If you live in a big city, they collect the sewage from all the houses and they begin to clean it up. I'm going to put up that video for you to see. So we're drinking poison and we're eating poison. And we think we are smart. We think we're intelligent. We think that our ancestors that lived before, we actually think that they're stupid. We actually look at ourselves and think that our ancestors were living in the dark ages. Really? But they were able to be up to 100 years old. And by the time we turn 50, 60, we're literally falling apart. Our body is like falling apart. Because to us, what our ancestors was doing, oh no, that was the old way. They were living in the dark age. What the Europeans are doing, that's modernism. We need to be where they are. We need to do the things that they're doing. They say that you have to be skinny if you're a woman. You have to be skinny. You have to look like you have some kind of a disease. And then you put some paint in your face. Beauty, according to the Europeans. According to the Europeans, beauty is that you have to look almost like you're sick. Like you have to be really, really skinny. And you have to put a bunch of paint in your face. That's the European definition of beauty. And that's what oh yeah, you have to wear tight clothes too. Either you are naked or you wear tight clothes, like you see the people in bikinis. So wear a bunch of tight clothes, put a bunch of chemicals, lead, put those heavy industrial chemicals that you put in your lips and in your face. Put it in your face, put all those chemicals in your head. That's the European definition of beauty. That is not the Hebrew definition of beauty. The beauty of a Hebrew woman has nothing to do with looks. The beauty of a Hebrew woman has to do with behavior, not looks. Go and ask Vashti in the book of Esther and see how that worked out for her. Go and ask Jezebel in the book of Kings, who was putting those paints in her face, and see how that worked out for her. Or the rest of the Hebrew women, according to the book of Jeremiah, who were putting those paints in their face, and see what the Most High says about that. So the reason why we're suffering today is because we're breaking the laws and the commandments in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28. That is the main reason why we're suffering. The second reason is because we're following the Europeans. The Europeans are the Gentiles that the Bible talked about. The Europeans you see today are the descendants of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was the one that killed Christ. Christ describes the Roman Empire as the Gentiles in the book of Matthew. Do you see? Very simple. I'm trying to be very clear. I don't want to, there's already a lot of confusion in the world. I want to be very clear to what I'm saying. The Europeans you see today descended from the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire did not disappear. They didn't vanish. Just like the Hebrew Israelite that was alive 2,000 years ago is not the Hebrew Israelites that are alive today. But the Hebrew Israelites are still here. The Hebrew Israelite that was around 2,000 years ago was not the same people that was alive 3,000 years ago. But the Hebrew Israelites are still here. It's the same way. The Roman Empire was around. You no longer hear that name, but they are still here. Their children continue to have children and have children and have children and have children, and that's how you get the Europeans. And according to Christ, they are the Gentiles in the book of Matthew. And Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 2. Learn not the ways of the Gentiles. Learn not the ways of the Gentiles. So we're suffering today. So you now see that the standard of living have changed. The standard of living, we have abandoned the standard of living that the Most High gave us. The reason why we suffer, the reason why you struggle about your rent, struggle about your food, and I mean exactly what I'm saying. The reason why you struggle with all of these issues, the reason why we're struggling is because we have abandoned the standard of living, the way that Yah wants us to live. We abandon it, and we're following the way that the Europeans are living. And this is going to take me back all the way to where I started. That's not the will of the Most High. They are supposed to be taught. We are supposed to be teaching them. That's why I told you to read the book of Jubilee, chapter 1. If you don't have the book of Jubilees, Google it. All praises to Yah. You can get these books by Googling them or downloading the apps. You can download the app, the book of Jubilees app on your phone. Read chapter 1. The Most High knew that everything you see happening today, and I hope that you're very clear on this. You see everything you see happening today? Do you see how we abandon his calendar and began to use man-made calendar? Go and read Jubilees chapter 1. The Most High talked about all of these things even before, while we were still in the wilderness. The way we are following the Gentiles today, the Most High talked about it even while we were still in the wilderness. You can also see more about that in Deuteronomy chapter 4 from verse 25. Deuteronomy chapter 4 from verse 25. So this is why we're suffering. They've redefined everything. They came. This is why our ancestors didn't have bank account. They didn't have a business. They didn't have any. They were doing business, but they were doing it differently, and they were successful. Some of them was rich, like Abraham, like Jacob. But look at how they became rich. By having animals. You have one cow, or you buy 2 cows. They breed. They produce 3 or 4 cows. All of a sudden, you now have 5 cows. Those ones who breed and produce more cows, all of a sudden you have 10 cows. What do? You have to sell them. So whether you like it or not, money will be in your pocket. Whether you need that money or not, you're going to have to sell them. At some point, you sell because they keep producing. They keep producing. So whether you want money or not, you're going to be stuck with all these animals. You have no choice but to sell them. And there are people out there that wants to buy. That's how our ancestors become rich. Because Yah blesses them for their animals to produce or reproduce. Just like the fruit that I gave as an example. It's the Most High that makes them to reproduce. And just like as I was doing when I was a little boy, we shake it, we get it down, and we go sell it. Use the money to buy pepper, buy stuff that we don't have in the backyard. How in the world are you going to be hungry in a system like that? How can you be hungry? I look at my people today, they complain, oh, things are so hard, things are so tough, things are so, oh my goodness. You know, things are not going to go very well with me and my people. Things are not going to go, I don't know how it's going to end, but I know things are not, because they are very deceptive. The Hebrew Israelites are very deceptive, liars and self-deception. We are lying to ourselves. We're very deceptive. We blame everyone else for our problems, and we refuse to take responsibility. Just like when I started in the beginning, I told you that the Gentiles are ruling the world because of us. The Gentiles are oppressing us because of us. That's our fault. We are suffering because of us. And until we begin to take responsibility. So when I see my people who are liars, filthy liars, whenever someone tells you, oh, things are so hard, things are so difficult, yeah, because you don't want to keep the law. Yeah, because you don't want to go back to the old ways, the way that your ancestors did it. We believe that our ancestors were stupid. We believe that they were wrong. They lived in no, we're in 21st century. This is new millennium. This is modernism. Says who? Says the Europeans. I tell my people that things are going to get worse. And you need to understand that too, so you can prepare yourself properly. Things will get worse around the world. And this is why you don't have to. It's up to you. This is why we have to try to keep staying away and keep staying away from them. Things are going to get worse. Health problems are going to get worse and worse and worse. Health issues. Because the Gentiles are not moving away from putting chemicals in the food. They're coming up with new ways. Oh yeah. The heathen. The Europeans are not even taking a break. Well, today is Saturday. Come Monday, I'm sure right now in a lab somewhere, there is a PhD student somewhere who are cooking up chemicals that they're going to be putting in your food 5 years from now. This is why our people are very fat and sick. So things are going to get worse. When I was growing up, if you're a young girl and you get pregnant, your mom and your dad will pack your bag. And they will take you and send you over to the man that impregnated you. Today, I now see my sisters basically celebrating having a baby out of wedlock within a short period of time. I'm talking about 20 years ago, 15 years ago. A lot has happened. So where are they getting this from? Well, they see the celebrities who are doing it, and they start doing it. So things are going to get worse in every way you imaginable. But the only thing that will protect you, the only thing that will protect you is keeping the law. The only thing that will shield you is keeping the law. Because the Most High is not mocked. The Most High is actually dangerous. Our Heavenly Father is actually really, really dangerous. Let's see what it says in Jeremiah chapter 5. Jeremiah chapter 5. Jeremiah chapter 5. Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 20. Let's back up. Let's move a little bit back up. When you have time, read the whole chapter. When you have time. Let's start from verse 11. Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 11. Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 11. For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have been utterly faithless to me, says Yah. For the house of Israel and house of Judah has been utterly faithless towards me, says Yah. Verse 12, this is Jeremiah chapter 5. They have spoken falsely of Yah and have said, he will do nothing, no evil will come upon us, and we will not see sword or famine. Do you understand that that's the same thing we are saying today? Do you understand that that's the same thing that people are saying when they tell you that we don't have to keep the law? They're saying that nothing will happen. Go and talk. When next time you have conversation with someone, a Christian, a brother, a sister, your son, your daughter, tell them that the Most High said that he would do. Tell them that Yah says in Isaiah 24. Don't even use your own words. Tell them that according to the words of the Most High in Isaiah 24 verse 1 to 6, that the Most High literally said in Isaiah 24 verse 1 to 6 that he will be destroying and killing people who refuse to keep the law. Show it to them. Don't be afraid, because that's exactly what it says. He will burn up people that refuse to keep the commandment, and very few people will be left by the time he's done. Show it to any Christian. Show it to any of our brothers and sisters and see what happens. They will never accept it. They will read Isaiah 24 and they will still not keep the law. Because of this mentality you see here in Jeremiah. This is how it was. This is how it is now. And it's even worse. And it's going to get worse. I said that the Most High is dangerous. And I will show you why he's dangerous, so that you see that this is not a joke. Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 12. They have spoken falsely of Yah and have said, he will do nothing. We're not under the law. We are under grace. We don't have to keep the law. Can somebody steal? No. But you say we're not under the law. Well, we're not under the law. Can somebody rape a woman? No. But we're not under the law. Can we keep the Sabbath? No. Because we're not under the law. Verse 12, they have spoken falsely. Jeremiah chapter 5 verse 12. They have spoken falsely of Yah and have said, he will do nothing. No evil will come upon us, and we shall see sword. We shall not see sword or famine. Sword means when the Most High sends someone to kill you. That's sword. When the Most High sends somebody and that person is looking for you to kill you, and they are looking for you with something like this. They are looking for you with something like this, and they want to stab you. And when you get stabbed with something like this, a sword, this is like a mini sword, a small sword. When you get stabbed with something like this, you die. You bleed to death. So the Israelites are saying that, no, Yah is not going to do that. He will not do that. Yeah, we know that we're supposed to keep the law, but he will not do that. Do you see the similarity between those days and now? And only a fool will continue in that step. Verse 13, the prophet, verse 12, they have spoken falsely of Yah and have said, he will do nothing. They have spoken falsely of Yah and have said, he will do nothing. No evil will come upon us, and we shall not see sword or famine. Verse 13, the prophets are nothing but wind, for the word is not in them. Thou shalt it be done to them. Verse 14, therefore thou sayest, Yah, the Elohim of hosts, because they have spoken this word, I am now making my words in your mouth a fire. And these people wood, and the fire shall devour them. And these people, I'm making the words in your mouth a fire, and these people wood, and the fire shall devour them. Verse 15, I am going to bring upon you a nation from far away, O house of Israel. I'm going to bring a nation against you very far away. This is what our Heavenly Father was telling our ancestors. I'm going to bring a nation upon you from far away, O house of Israel, says Yah. It is an enduring nation. It is an ancient nation. A nation whose language you do not know, nor can you understand what they say. Imagine the Hebrew Israelites when the Europeans showed up. They didn't understand their language. If I speak Igbo language right now, you don't understand it. You're not going to understand what I'm saying. I think I have only one person, one sister who is here that understand that language and can speak it. So now we're speaking English. Before the 1600, we didn't speak English. We did not speak English. But now we are speaking English because that's the language that was basically forced upon our ancestors, that was taken towards the Americas and was psychologically forced on the rest of our ancestors who were left in Africa after they were kicked out in 70 AD from Jerusalem into Africa. So that's how you go from being called it's like when you have a Chinese pronounce your name, they will pronounce it wrong. It's like you trying to try and pronounce a Chinese name or a Japanese name, especially Chinese name. If you try to pronounce their name, it's not easy. It's not easy. Japanese name is a little bit easier. A Chinese name is not very easy. Maybe if you're talking about Chen. But if you look into Chinese names, it's very difficult to pronounce. And if somebody gives it to you on paper and asks you to pronounce, you're not going to pronounce it right. Or if you run into a Chinese who doesn't speak English and you ask them their name and they tell you, you will not be able to get it right the first time. So that's how you go from Igbos to Negroes. And when those who are really getting the information don't really care, they're taking you as slave. They don't give a damn about what you used to be called. They're going to give you a new name. So they don't care about what you are called because they will give you a new name. And they did give you a new name. They gave you Jackson. They gave you Washington. They gave you Smith. As a nation, now they call you black, even though you're not black. As a nation, they call you the African Americans, just like they used to call you the Negroes. And that's why anybody that has that slave name need to reconsider. You might want to look into getting a Hebrew name because it's a little bit weird holding on to a name that was forced upon your ancestors. They never asked for those names. They never asked to be called Jacksons and Smiths and all those European names. So a lot of our people say that slavery is over. They simply modernized it. The captivity is over. So there was a time that you couldn't leave. You leave, they catch you, and they force you to stay. But the captivity is over. That was the same way it was in Babylon. Yah forced his people into Babylon. But then at some point, he tells them to get out of Babylon when their captivity was over. He told them to leave Babylon. Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51. Jeremiah 50 and 51. He told them to leave Babylon. So if you are living, say, in America, the captivity is over, meaning that you can leave if you want to. But as long as you are around them, just because the captivity is over doesn't mean the oppression will be over. Because like it says in Psalm 105 verse 25, Psalm 105 verse 25, Psalm 105 verse 25, Yah made the Egyptians to hate the Israelites. There's nothing you can do about that. That's why when you see these people that get on the street and they're cussing people out and they're saying you're the devil, you're this, you're that, that's absolute nonsense. They have no idea what they're doing. Don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. Focus on keeping the law. They don't know what they're doing. And that's why the Most High wants you to stay far away from them. So those that do have those foreign names, those Gentile names, should consider. I'm not saying that you must, but that's a name that was forced upon your ancestors. So a lot of our people love to claim that the slavery is over. No, they no longer, the captivity is over. So you're no longer in chains. They still got you here. Our people are still chained in their mind. They are chained in their mind. There are many ways that they've chained you. And that's why you see sometimes people will go from America and go to Africa. They go back to America and they sell all their property and they move to Africa. It happens. People will go to vacation to Africa. Then they go back and they sell everything and they move back. Because they saw something that they never saw when they were in America. They saw something. So their mind was chained up. So never, ever, ever, ever think that television is just for entertainment. Radio is just for, or if don't ever think that. These are things that they use for mind control. It sounds like a conspiracy theory. I don't want to give you something that is deep. I want to keep it simple. So when they want to show you Africa, they show you not Africa. Like they show you women with their baby and there's fly all over them. You see images like that. Like from Sudan. You see these people, usually like you see like a woman with a very, 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 very badly malnourished baby. A baby that is sick, sometimes with big stomach, and the mother just sit there and there's flies usually all over them. And they don't make the fly to go away. So they can show you images like that. And you saw that, you're like, is this Africa? I'm not going over there. That's mind control. It's that simple. I think it was a few days ago I saw something like that from, supposed to be like a charity organization. It just happened like a few days ago. They show you people like that to take money from you. But these are things that when you see it, you're like, I am not going to live over there. So slavery is not over. It's just that they modernized it. It's been modernized. But those that begin to keep the law, their eyes will open and they begin to walk towards getting out. So, Jeremiah, the Most High sent the Babylonians. This is talking about the Babylonians in Jeremiah chapter 5. The Most High sent the Babylonians against our people. He sent them and they took our ancestors as slaves. We left that slavery and went back, and you can read more about it in the book of Ezra, starting from chapter 1, from verse 1. We went back to Jerusalem after the captivity was over in Babylon, where we stayed for 70 years. We went back to Jerusalem. When we got back to Jerusalem, we rebuilt everything. You can read the book of Ezra. The book of Ezra gives you a lot of information about that rebuilding. The book of Ezra, the book of Nehemiah, those two books, Ezra and Nehemiah, gives you information about the rebuilding of Jerusalem. We rebuilt everything. We got rid of the pagan women that we married in Babylon. We got rid of those pagan women and their children. And everything was fine. And then eventually we began to break the law. We began to sin. And Yah began to warn us again. If you don't start keeping the law, I'm going to kick you out. Yah was warning us and warning us and warning us and warning us and warning us. Even Yeshua, Christ, talked about it in Luke chapter 21. And then in 70 AD, it happened. About 30-something years after Christ, Yah did it. The Romans showed up. You can go on YouTube and watch videos about that history. The Romans showed up in Jerusalem and they destroyed everything, just like Christ told you in Luke chapter 21. Luke chapter 21 is the scripture, the Bible verse that shows you how your ancestor ended up in Africa. According to his history, you can read Luke 21 and then go and watch any video or history, read history about the Roman invasion of Jerusalem, because the Romans documented what they did in Jerusalem. That's how we know. They documented it, and they were historians. There's something called the Arch of Titus. The Arch of Titus still stands till this day in Europe. You can Google it and see it. The Arch of Titus still stands. This thing was built almost 2,000 years ago. It's still standing in Europe today. So when I tell you that the Europeans are the descendant of the Roman Empire, you may think, I'm not sure about that. The Roman Empire was the one that built the Arch of Titus to celebrate their destruction of Jerusalem. When they showed up to destroy Jerusalem, our people began to fight back. If I was around at that time, I would have told them, no, don't do it. Don't fight them. And what will our people say? You are a traitor. This is treason. And they'll probably kill me for telling them not to fight our enemy. Just like as I'm telling you not to do it today. You're wasting your time. The only thing to do is to go back and start keeping the law. When the Most High sends someone against you, when you fight that person, you're fighting the Most High, because he's the one that sent that person against you. Any intelligent person, any person with any kind of sense in their head knows that you have to go back to your father. When your father sends someone against you, you don't go out there to fight that person. No, you go back to your father. Whatever the hell that made him to send someone against you, go and fix that problem with him. In this case, what reason why he sent people against us is because we're breaking the law. So anybody who is truthful will go back and start keeping the law. It's that simple. What did we do in 70 AD? We started fighting the Romans, and we killed so many of them, and they backed away. They retreated. And what do? They do what they like to do to us. They blockade us, and they wait. They did this in 70 AD. They did this in the 1960s, when they used the Nigerian government to do the same thing to our people. So you can go and Google Biafran Nigerian War. Biafran Nigerian War. You see the same thing. So when they cannot defeat you, they blockade you, and they wait. They wait for you to run out of food and run out of water. Eventually you will run out of food and water, and you surrender. And they still use the same tactics till this day. So that was what they did to our ancestors in 70 AD. This is history. I'm talking about history. I'm not making this up. Go on Google or YouTube or your local library and you study about the Roman invasion of Jerusalem. That Arch of Titus that was built almost 2,000 years ago, that thing is still standing today. You can Google it and see the pictures, or go on YouTube and watch the videos. It's still standing till today. But they built it after they destroyed Jerusalem, and they killed so many Hebrews. Speaking of prophecy, before this happened, Yeshua HaMashiach Christ said that these things will happen. He said that these things will happen. So when it was happening about 30-something years after that, do you think that people that was around knew? Do you think that they knew that this was a prophecy? They didn't know. That's why they were fighting the Romans. If they had known, they would have just simply surrendered. Because Yah was the one that sent the Romans, known today as the Europeans. And their emperor that was around at that time, their emperor said that God told him to do this. That God told him to invade Jerusalem. I'm sure that at that time, people will say, we think our emperor is crazy. I'm sure that the Romans will be saying, oh man, our emperor is going crazy. Because they were pagans. So when he tells you that God told him to do it, People would think he's crazy. No, he wasn't crazy. Just like I heard that George Bush said that God told him to go into Iraq. And people think, man, that man is a lunatic. He's crazy. But that was most likely a reward, a punishment for Saddam Hussein, who wanted to rebuild Babylon, which is a big problem. Because if you rebuild Babylon, then the word of the Most High is a lie. Because he said in Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51 that Babylon will never be rebuilt again. Google ancient Babylon. Type into Google, when you have some time, pictures of ancient Babylon. It's very close to Iraq. Very, very close to Iraq. So eventually, Saddam Hussein decided to rebuild Babylon. He built a palace. You can see the videos on YouTube. He built a palace in Babylon. And his goal was to rebuild that nation. When Yah said that nobody will ever live there again. So Saddam Hussein decided to rebuild it. And guess what happened? The Americans showed up with guns and bombs. And look at the way he died. Because if you go ahead and rebuild Babylon, then that means that the book of Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51 will be a lie. And the Most High will not allow that to happen. Did you remember what I said before? That the Most High is dangerous? And you need to understand this so you can understand the God you're worshiping. So the fact that he's dangerous is a problem for those who are refusing to keep the law. If you're keeping the law, you have nothing to fear. Don't you think that you have to be very careful when you're dealing with a God that drowned the whole world and saved very few people? Do you think that that's a God who is joking? And you see these heathen who are now telling you that the flood actually happened. They can now see the evidence of flood, that the flood that happened during the time of Noah. So because Saddam Hussein attempted to rebuild Babylon, which is a problem, if you read Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51, you see that nobody will ever live there again. And look at what happened to him. And when George Bush told you that God, if he said that God told him to go do it, we say, oh man, he's crazy. He is crazy. Which is what most people believe, that George Bush was crazy. So what you have here is Bible prophecy being fulfilled in your face. And most people don't even know. And why don't they know? Why is it that most people don't know these things? And the fact that they don't know is the reason why, as things are getting worse, as the food is getting worse, as the health problem is getting worse, as all of these things are getting worse, your only solution is the law. Your only solution is the law. Why is it that people don't know? Why is it that nobody was able to figure it out in 70 AD? Like as I said, knowing what I know now, if I was around at that time, I would be telling people, don't go and fight the Romans. Don't do it. You will die. You fight them, you will die. Don't do it. Let's get on our knees. Let's repent of our sins. Let's start keeping the law. That's our only option. All the Hebrew Israelites that went to fight the Romans, how did that turn out? They slaughtered so many Hebrew Israelites. The ones that left, they fled into Africa. They fled into Africa. Some of them went into Southern Africa. The rest went into Western Africa. And then when our ancestors got into Africa, we relaxed. We thought that we've gotten away from the Most High. And we relaxed in Africa. And guess who showed up in the 1600s? the descendant of the Roman Empire, the descendant of the same people that showed up in 70 AD. But when they came in the 1600, they first sent their missionaries. You know, there's a picture I have. I have that picture somewhere. If I do get it, I have a lot of pictures that deals with stuff like this. If I do get that picture, I will share it with you. And you see these missionaries. These are people that came in to quote unquote preach the gospel. You see them with guns. You literally see them like in something that looks like a church, handing guns to the Hebrew young men. Who are these Hebrews supposed to use that gun to fight? So what our enemy did initially is that they sent in their missionary with their Christianity, which is the worst pagan religion in the history of mankind. So they began to teach us things that were not in the Bible. They began to teach us forgiveness the wrong way. They began to teach us to love your neighbor the wrong way. They began to teach us that we're no longer under the law. We're not supposed to have carved images, and yet they gave us the image of Mary. This is what was happening in the 1600s. So they brainwashed a lot of our people with their religion. And then they send in their troops. So I see a lot of brothers, who have zeal, but they don't have knowledge. There's a lot of Hebrew Israelites on YouTube that have zeal, but they don't have knowledge. You hear them saying stuff against Africans. They talk about Africans. We're not Africans. The Africans sold us into slavery. The Africans sold us into slavery. What they don't understand, and again, going back to responsibility, we have to tell ourselves the truth. We are bad as Hebrews. We're not good people. Because when we stopped keeping the law, we became evil. Wasn't the reason why we're kicked out was because we're not keeping the law. When you're not being guided by the law, I could think to do evil thing to you. I could think to rob you. I could think to steal your money. I could think to take advantage of you however I can. But because of the law, I can't. I run into strangers almost 6 days a week that I can easily take advantage of in my business. I tried not to take advantage of them because of the law. I have no idea who they are. I could easily, if I think like a Christian, I could easily do it and be like, that's a blessing from God. So the only thing that makes us behave normal is the law. Without the law of the Most High, we become animals. We become wild animals without the law. So today you now hear about Hebrew Israelites that are having sex with their daughter. I had a one very troubling story of a man that had sex with his daughter. His daughter got pregnant and produced a child, and the child was disfigured. The child was not normal because of the DNA, and the baby was not normal. So this girl got pregnant by her father and had a child. That's not even disgusting. That's beyond disgusting. Now, a man like that, I will probably, a man like that, it's, so these are things that happens. And these are things you have to also teach your children to understand. We're not supposed to do that. You don't have sex with your brother. You don't have sex with your sister. You have to teach these things to your children. You don't assume that they know. Like that particular girl that had the baby. The baby was the boy was disfigured. The boy is disabled because of the genetics. So I think the boy was blind. I think the boy is blind or something. But the boy is disabled. I know he's disabled. So these are the kind of things that we do. These are the kind of things that the Gentiles are doing. So without the law, we are worse than wild animals. This is the truth. Without the law, we are worse than wild animals. Without keeping the law of the Most High, wild animals are better than us. And most people will think, "Oh, I think you're being too dramatic." Yeah, wait until you get dealt with by somebody who is not keeping the law. Wait until they steal from you. Wait until they stab you to death. Wait until they harm you. That's when you will realize what I'm talking about. Without keeping the law of the Most High, we become worse than wild animals. So we were responsible for the slavery that we went into. The Europeans was not responsible. We were responsible. So they came in with their church and they brainwashed us with their church, but we liked it because we never wanted to keep the law anyways. The reason why we got kicked out in 70 AD was because we were breaking the law. So we got into this foreign land and we stayed there and we thought we've escaped. So Yah sent them to come and get us. So I have something right here, which is a big deal for me. And Yah's willing, I pray and hope to have an opportunity in the future to be able to do this the way that I really want to do this. This right here is in lines, line by line. These are things that the so-called Igbos were doing before the Europeans showed up with the King James Bible. Our ancestors was already doing these things. These are customs and traditions that we were already following. It's all biblical. It's all in the Bible. It's all in the Bible. It's all biblical. So even the wedding at Canaan, the wedding in John chapter 2, that's how we do our traditional wedding. We call it traditional wedding. Dress code, like wearing the kind of thing I'm wearing here, that's how we dress today. Genesis 38 verse 14. A widow being married by her late brothers, when a man dies, his brother marrying his wife, we do that. We do so many of these things. So I put it together. I'm putting it together because I want to do it in a way that we were already doing these things before the Europeans came back with the Bible. Why do they came back with the Bible? Because we left Jerusalem in a haste. The whole thing was destroyed. The temple was destroyed. And back then, we didn't have the Bible in our houses. Only the king had the scripture in his house. The Torah was kept in the temple or in the sanctuary. That's where they kept the Torah. That's why you see in the book of Acts that people went to the sanctuary almost every day. Luke chapter 21, Christ went to the sanctuary every day to teach. Acts chapter 2, regular people and the apostles, they went to the sanctuary every day. Why do you think they were going there? Because they didn't have the law in their houses. Today we have it in our houses. We have it in our phones and we don't even read it. They who don't have it in their houses, they were going to the temple every day. Luke chapter 21. Look at the end of Luke chapter 21. Look at the very end of Luke chapter 21. Look at Acts chapter 2 from verse 46. So they were going to the temple every day because that's where you have the law. So when the Romans invaded, it's like, imagine where you live right now. All of a sudden, bomb start going off. There's shooting. You look out the window. You see people falling down on the streets. What are you going to do? You're going to run. You're going to run. You're running for your life. So there was so much destruction. That's how the Hebrews fled with nothing. We fled into Africa. We didn't take anything that was tangible. Many of our ancestors was killed. So when you go and look up the Arch of Titus, I'm explaining to you how the Europeans got the Bible. I'm explaining to you how the Europeans got the Bible and then translated it. So when you look up the Arch of Titus, you can Google it, Arch of Titus. If you Google it or you go on YouTube and watch the video, I believe the BBC did a video. The BBC has a video, either BBC or one of those British corporation, media corporation. They had a video on YouTube where you see that they actually went close to that thing and they took pictures. Because when the Romans went back home in 70 AD, they built the Arch of Titus. And they put the pictures of the stuff that they took from Jerusalem. They actually engraved the pictures of those things. And you're going to see menorah as one of the things that they took. So the Hebrews went into Africa with nothing. So that's how it's like when somebody invades your house, you're running for your life. So when you finally run away, they're going to, go through your things and take all your valuables. That's how they got the scriptures and then ended up translating it. And no, King James was not a black man. I know you may hear that from Hebrew Israelite. King James was not a black man. King James, that translated the Bible, told them to translate it, he was not that's silly. That's absolute nonsense. That's not biblical. That's actually against the scriptures. Because the Hebrews are supposed to be at the bottom. So all of a sudden, the British decide to elect this black man to rule them. That's silly. Any little boy or girl that knows history, if you tell them that, they will laugh at you. They will not take you seriously. So when you hear these people that tell you that King James was a black man, that's absolute nonsense. King James was not a black man. There's one that I had recently that emperor, what's his name, the one that created Christianity, that Constantine, that he's a black man. Man, these brothers are running, they are going out of their mind. Constantine, a black man? Really? It's like they're speaking from two of their mouths. You're quoting Deuteronomy chapter 28. He's supposed to be at the bottom. He's supposed to rule over you. And then all of a sudden, they allow this black man to now rule the whole world as the Roman emperor. Are you serious? So that's how they got their hands on the scriptures. And they translated it. So, but the Hebrews, the actual Hebrews that was in Africa, like as I showed you, we were already practicing the things in the scriptures. We were already doing all of these things. polygamy, chieftaincy title, New Yam Festival, paying bride price, publicly confessing your sin. People do this before they die sometimes. They publicly confess their sin. Absolutely no divorce. We don't do that. But now we're beginning to do it because we're following Christianity. Early marriage at a very young age. Go talk to any 80 years old, 90 years old woman. Early marriage, dividing your property before you die as a man. You do it before you die. Yah says to do it before you die. What are we doing today? This is a major cause of problem in most homes among the Hebrews today. Men writing their will, and then they give it to their lawyer and they keep it. And then when they die, their lawyer will read the will. And in a lot of families are fighting today because of this. Because when they, like in my family, when the man dies and then they read the will, sometimes some of the children will say, no, we don't believe that. Like in my family, somebody somebody said, we don't believe that he was in his right mind when he wrote that will. And fight will ensue. But Yah says in the law, do it before you die. Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15. Deuteronomy 21 from verse 15. You divide your property before you die. So a Hebrew man pretty much does that every year. So if you have two properties, you know, okay, the first wife gets this one, the second wife gets this one. And then you keep going. If you get more properties and like, okay, so every year you pretty much update your thing. Every year. Okay, I got more land. Okay, the first wife gets this, the second wife gets this. And their children or whatever. So you do it as you go. So when you die, nobody will come and start fighting and saying that, oh, we don't believe that he did it. You know, we believe that he wasn't in his right mind. He was too old. This is a major cause of fight in families in Africa today amongst the Hebrew. Why? Because we abandon what Yah says in Deuteronomy. When I keep saying that we abandon what Yah says, you may not understand what I mean. When I keep telling you that the reason why we suffer today, because there are, I'm sure that people have been poisoned because of this issue. This thing causes a lot of bitterness in families in Africa today among the Hebrews. Because you have men that have a lot of money, that have wealth. The Most High said that when you have property, before you die, you share your property. And just let everybody know. How do you do it? Simple. Call the elders and your children. Sit together with the elders. Then you let the elders know, okay, I called you guys today. I want to divide my property. When I die, this person gets this. This person gets that. This person gets that. That's it. You give the elders some drinks and they drink and everybody goes home. So when you die, your children will not come and start fighting. Nobody will say, oh, we think that dad wasn't in his right mind. This is a major cause of problem. So when I tell you that the reason why we're suffering is because we're not following the law, and specifically because we're following the Gentiles, because according to the Europeans, what do the Europeans do? You talk to your lawyer. He drafts a will for you. And then you keep it. So what you do, according to the Europeans, what they do is that you tell your lawyer what you want. They write it down and they keep the will. Then when you die, the lawyer will provide the will and then read it to your family. In some cases, those children will begin to fight. If it's in a place where you have a polygamy, they begin to fight. Why? Because we're following the Europeans. But if we do it Yah's way, we divide those things while you're still alive. So there won't be any fight. So these are the the garbage, the nonsense that people will see. People will see stuff like this. They begin to speak against polygamy. They say, well, show me any family that never fights in polygamy. They always fight when they always fight. Yeah, because that man was not following the scriptures. Specifically Deuteronomy chapter 21 verse 15. So is it Yah's fault? Are they fighting and killing each other because of polygamy? Or are they fighting and killing each other because the man has multiple wives? Or are they fighting and killing each other because the man did not keep the law? Because if he had kept the law, then he would have divided his properties the way that the Messiah told him to before he dies. So that when he dies, the kids and their mothers will not be fighting each other. So whose fault is it? Well, apparently today our people have said that it's Yah's fault and it's polygamy's fault. See, we have actually become the most dishonest people in the face of the planet. We are very dishonest. And it's costing us our lives. It's costing us pain and suffering because we're not being honest. We will point finger at anybody. We point finger at white people. We point finger at anybody other than ourselves. Like as I told you, we were taken into slavery because of us. The Gentiles are ruling over us because of us. We are responsible. And until we accept this responsibility and go back and start keeping the law, all those that continue to live in this delusion, all those who don't want to tell themselves the truth, we are suffering. We have diabetes. We are suffering from cancer because we don't want to go back and keep the law. We blame everyone else but us. And sometimes we even go as far as blaming the Most High. How can people like that recover? Only those that become honest and go back and start keeping the law, they are the ones that will make it. Most of these brothers and sisters we have in our families, majority of them will not make it. And you need to understand that. You need to get up, get your things, and keep moving. If any of them wakes up and starts shouting and calling you to, they want to join you in the journey, fine. If they don't want to join you, don't stand there and argue with them. Most of our brothers and sisters are not serious. They will delay you. They will waste your time and delay you. We're supposed to be moving forward in this journey. Our destination is the kingdom. We have laws to keep. We have Sabbaths to keep. If Yeshua HaMashiach, Christ, could at some point give up on his family, that is the truth. He did. Go and read John chapter 7 from verse 1. Look at the way he spoke to his brothers. Eventually, he moved away. He left them. He moved out and was sleeping in the bush because his family was not serious. They were not serious. Look at what happened when his mother and his brothers came and saw him in that house and they wanted to talk to him. They were looking around in the village. They couldn't find him. When they finally found where he was, because you can tell, when they finally found, so they haven't seen him to the point that they have to now go look for him. They knew he wasn't missing. Just like he wasn't coming around them anymore. He wasn't coming around them. Look at Luke chapter 21. Read Luke 21. At the end of Luke 21. Read all the way to the end. Yeshua was busy doing the work of Yah. In the daytime, he goes to the temple and he was teaching in the sanctuary. in the house of Yah. At night, he go and sleep in the bush. In the morning, he goes back and teach. So they haven't seen him in a while, and they began to look for him. When they finally found him in that house, and they sent somebody to go inside because he was teaching outside. He was teaching outside, so they sent somebody to go inside and tell him that they were outside, that they would like to talk to him. What did Yeshua say to that person? My mother and my brother is anyone that hears Yah's law and keep it. That kind of answer shows you that he wasn't really interested in seeing them. He was not interested in seeing them. He wasn't interested at all. He wasn't interested. That's not an answer that somebody gives when they are excited about seeing their mother or their brothers. They can't give you an answer like that. If someone is excited, truly excited, they wouldn't give you an answer like that. So that shows you that he wasn't really interested in seeing them. Matthew chapter 12. You can read Matthew chapter 12 to see that when they finally found him. Matthew chapter 12. Matthew chapter 12. So in Matthew chapter 12, from verse 46, while he was still speaking to the crowd, his mother and his brothers were standing outside, wanting to speak to him. Verse 47, someone told him, look, your mother and your brothers are standing outside and wanting to speak to you. He could have said, go tell them I'll be with them. Let them wait for me. I'll talk to them later or something. Verse 48, but to the one who had told him this, Yeshua replied, who is my mother and who is my brothers? Verse 49, and pointing to his disciples, he said, here are my mother and my brothers. For whosoever does the will of my Father in heaven, he is my brother and sister and mother. Matthew chapter 12 from verse 46. So why was he acting like this towards his family members? Because they were not serious in keeping the law. They were not. The only one that we can see is James. And look at the things that he wrote. Look at the things that he wrote. He said that faith without works is dead, and Christians hate that. Christians hate that. They hate the book of James. Faith without work is dead. Be ye not hearer of the word, but the doer of the law. So apparently it looks like James eventually woke up and began to keep the law. That's why you have the book of James. The rest of the brothers, we don't really hear much about them. But look at what Yeshua said about them in John chapter 7. So majority of our people are not serious, and they will not make it. They will not make it. Because the Most High is not playing. He's not playing. We are the ones who are playing ourselves. We are playing ourselves, and all the stuff we're suffering today, all the pain and suffering that we're going through, we don't have to. We don't have to go through these things. And our major problem is that we're following the Gentiles. We're following the Europeans. This is why we are sick today. We are sick. If you stop eating their food, if you stay away from their hamburgers, Stay away from their pizzas. Stay away from their sodas. If you begin to stay away from these things, you're going to live long. You will live long. You're going to live long if you stay away from their foods and only cook things that are fresh. Buy your own food yourself. Prepare it yourself. Buy it and cook it yourself. Make sure you know exactly what you're putting in there. So Jeremiah chapter 5. Jeremiah chapter 5 that we're reading. Nothing has really changed much between the people that you read in this book and the people that you see today. Not much has changed. Our people are wicked. Our people are stiff-necked. And that's the reason why, like you see in Zechariah chapter 12, or Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8 and 9. Zechariah 13, verse 8 and 9. It says that 2/3 will be destroyed. 2/3. So Jeremiah chapter 5. Jeremiah chapter 5. From verse 15. Jeremiah chapter 5 from verse 15. Jeremiah 5:15. I'm going to bring upon you a nation from far away, O house of Israel, says Yah. It is an enduring nation. It is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you do not know, nor can you understand what they say. Verse 16, their quiver is like an open tomb. All them are mighty warriors. All of them are mighty warriors. Verse 17, they shall eat up your harvest and your food. They shall eat up your sons and your daughters. They shall eat up your flocks and your herds. They shall eat up your vines and your fig trees. They shall destroy with the sword your fortified cities in which you trust. So when you study the Roman invasion of Jerusalem, you will see about these fortified cities, the way that we felt kind of secure because we're within the city and it was well fortified. There are some great animation that somebody did on YouTube where he used the animation to show you, give you an idea of what was happening at that time. The wall of Jerusalem, how it was high, it was fortified. So our people trusted on that. Our enemies can never come up on that wall. That's what we trust. We thought that, but it was all knocked down. Verse 18. Jeremiah chapter 5 verse 18. Jeremiah 5:18. But even in those days, says Yah, I will not make a full end of you. And when your people say, why has Yah our Elohim done all these things to us? You shall say to them, as you have spoken me and served, as you have forsaken me and served foreign gods in your land, so you shall serve strangers in a land that is not yours. So this happened in 70. This happened during the time of the Babylonians. Okay, we went and we served the Babylonians. Then we came back. It's Yah's way or no way. Like, our people don't understand this. There's no other way. When you hear me keep talking about the law, the law, the law, the law, the law, the law, there is no other way. We don't have any choice on this. It's either you obey Yah and live, or you disobey him and you die. So for those that choose to die, that's the only choice you have. I read Sirach chapter 15 from verse 15. Sirach 15 from verse 15. So after we came back from Babylon, we repented. As you can see in the book of Nehemiah and book of Ezra, we repented. But then we slowly went back into lawlessness, disobeying the Sabbath, disobeying the laws, and Yah started warning us. So he kicked us out during the time of the Babylonians. We were in Babylon for 70 years. We came back and began our lawlessness again. So Yah said, okay, this time it was for good. Like it was. So in 70 AD, if you study that history, you see Yah kicked us out completely. But as we see in Jeremiah chapter 5, he said something, and this is how your ancestor ended up in Africa. He said this. Verse 18. Jeremiah chapter 5:18. But even in those days, says Yah, I will not make a full end of you. So I will make an end of you, but not a full end. So many Hebrews were slaughtered. Even Christ, Yeshua, told you in Luke chapter 21, before it happened, that so many Hebrews will be killed. That's why he said, woe unto you if that day becomes on the Sabbath. Because we can't really do much on the Sabbath. Luke 21, Matthew 24, Mark 13. These are places that talked about that destruction of Jerusalem. There's a version in Matthew 24. There's a version of that destruction in Mark chapter 13. And then there's one in Luke chapter 21. In Luke 21, it's a lot more detailed. If you read Luke 21, it's a little bit more detailed. You can read the three places. They're talking about the same thing. Mark 13, Matthew 24, Luke 21 is saying the same thing pretty much. But it's much more detailed in Luke chapter 21. So Yah did made an end of a lot of Hebrews during the Roman invasion, but not all Hebrews. That's why some people was able to fled into Africa and went and relaxed, thinking that they've gotten away from Yah. Guess what? Yah sent the enemies. They came back again in the 1600s to fulfill what the Most High said here. Verse 18, but even in those days, because as of the time Jeremiah was writing this hasn't happened yet. Verse 18, Jeremiah 5:18. But even in those days, says Yah, I will not make a full end of you. Verse 19. And when your people say, why has Yah our Elohim done all these things to us? You shall say to them, as you have forsaken me and served foreign gods in your land, so you shall serve strangers in a land that is not yours. So when our ancestors got into Africa, like as I said, they relaxed and they thought that they got away. Yah sent the enemies. They came, they took them, and then sent them towards the Americas to go fulfill this prophecy. Verse 20, Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 20. Jeremiah 5:20. Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 20. Declare this in the house of Yahud, or declare this in the house of Jacob. Proclaim it in Israel, in Judah. Hear this, all foolish and senseless people. I told you that our people are wicked. We are actually very dangerous, and you need to know that. Let me say it clearly so you can understand what I just said. We are actually very dangerous. Hebrews are very dangerous today. You need to know that. Don't be naive. Don't think, oh, he's my brother. Anybody who is not keeping the law is dangerous. So don't be naive and think that because that person looks like you or they are Hebrews, if they are not keeping the law, be very careful. You are dealing with an individual who is worse than a wild animal. Don't be naive. Any Hebrew who is not keeping the law They're not keeping the Sabbath. They're not wearing their fringes. They're not growing their beard. They're not keeping the law. They are worse than a wild animal. Now, you can think that I am just exaggerating. You can think that maybe I'm just exaggerating it. Okay, go ahead and keep thinking until when they start shooting at you, until they start stabbing you, until they start raping you, until they start scamming you. Scam. There's nothing that our people will not do today because they're not keeping the law. They will do anything for money. Give that person enough money, they will do whatever you want. Give them enough money, they will kill. Give them enough money, they will kill. Give that man enough money, he will have sex with another man. Give that woman enough money, he will have sex with another woman. The only reason why a Hebrew will not do anything today, if you meet any Hebrew who is not keeping the law, if you run into any Hebrew who is not keeping the law, any Hebrew who is not genuinely keeping the law can do anything. They are worse than wild animal. Animals actually have control. But we are so bad today because we're no longer keeping the law. We are so bad. And you may see the things I'm talking about in the news. We are so bad that the only reason why a Hebrew will not do anything, a Hebrew will kill his own mother. Any Hebrew who is not keeping the law, if you give them enough money, they will kill their parents. They are killing their parents for no reason today. I had a story of Hebrews, two Hebrew boys that locked their parents in the house, turned on a gas, and then set the house on fire. They wanted their parents to suffocate, and then the house would be burned down. These are two brothers doing this to a man and a woman that both gave birth to them. I'm not making this up. All praises to Yah, those that they were able to survive. So you see that there is nothing that a Hebrew will not do today. The only reason why he or she will not do it is because you haven't given them enough money yet. Where does money come from? From Satan. The children of Satan are the ones who are printing that money for you. Look at what happened in Luke chapter 4 when Satan approached Yeshua. Do this. Yeshua was like, no, that's against the law. Do that. No, that's against the law. Do this. No, that's against the law. Why do you think you have Luke chapter 4? It's for us to learn from that. Luke chapter 4 from verse 1. The reason why Satan was tempting Yeshua, that was put in there for us to learn. That's why you have 2 Timothy chapter 3:16. 2 Timothy 3:16, for all scriptures are given by the inspiration of Yah, for our learning, for our educating, is to guide us. So we are supposed to resist Satan like the way that Yeshua did there. If they offer you more money to break the Sabbath, no. More money to get a job, but you have to be wearing trousers as a woman to go to do that work. No. More money in this job, but you can't have your beard. No. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So the laws in the book of Leviticus, the laws in the book of Deuteronomy, the laws in the book of Exodus, Numbers, these are laws that makes us to act human. This was the problem during the time of Noah. Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6. This was the problem. Almost the whole world stopped following the law. And wickedness increased and increased and increased and increased and increased. And today, our only enemy is no longer the Gentiles. Our only enemy are no longer the heathen, no longer the Europeans, but our own people too. You might want to read Ezekiel chapter 23. Ezekiel 23, Yah himself described how when the Hebrew Israelites, when they learn something, when they learn sin from other nation, they do it worse than that nation. That's why we learn homosexuality. We take it to a whole new level. You see other nations that are doing homosexuality. But look at the way our men are doing it. We took it to a whole new level. Transgender, we take it to a whole new level. Feminism, we take it to a whole new level. And when you look at Ezekiel chapter 23, according to the Most High, he was the one speaking there. I'm just quoting him. If you look at Ezekiel chapter 23, it's like the other nations are looking at us. They're like, hey, slow down. We are the one that taught you this. Slow down, you're too fast. We are the one that taught you these things. We're teaching you these things. But so we will become much more worse than those that we learn those things from. And that's what you have today. So any Hebrew Israelite that refuse that are not keeping the law, be very careful. Be very careful. When you're dealing with them, whether you're dealing with them, especially when it comes to money, our people are obsessed with money. And they will do anything for money. So especially when it comes to money, be very careful. Very, very careful. They will scam you and take all your money. This is the state that we're in today. So instead of blaming our enemies, blaming the Gentiles, which are responsible for these things, but we have to go back to the beginning. Why did the Most High send them against us? Why did Yah send our enemies against us? Why did he raise up an enemy against us? Anybody who is being honest should ask this question and try to fix that problem. You don't fix that problem by fighting those enemies. Fighting those enemies without fixing the problem is like fighting the Most High. That's why those who are talking about going back to Israel, they are foolish. Because Yah kicked you out of that land. He will put you back in the land. So what do? You go into the wilderness. You go into the mountains. That's Africa. You wait there. It's arrogant. It's foolishness to pack your bag and go back to Jerusalem right now. You go there, you become a second-class citizen. You have to wait and see if you're going to be qualified to be among those that Yah will put back in the land. And there are people who are paying money. They pay money and then they get scammed. They literally get scammed by people. There are people that are paying $5,000 to go, to go to Egypt. And eventually they find themselves back in America. So, verse 20, Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 20, declare this in the house of Jacob, proclaim this proclaim it in Judah. Verse 21, hear this, O foolish and senseless nation. If I call our people foolish, people are going to be like, how do you call a whole nation of people foolish? That's what the Bible calls them. Jeremiah chapter 5:21. Look at verse 20. Yah was telling Jeremiah to do this. Do you think that people are going to be very happy with Jeremiah for calling them foolish? You think people will be very happy? People will not be very happy that they are being called foolish and senseless. But when you look at our people today, we are foolish. We are foolish. We're senseless. That's the truth. We are. Because of the choices we're making. We abandon all the natural things that Yah gave us. We're abandoning natural things and we're going after chemicals. That's foolishness. Even the things that we know that these things are killing us, we still abandon it. We still go after them. Even the things that we know that these things are killing us. I told somebody about microwave. I told him about microwave, to stop using microwave. And then after many months, I was on the phone with them. I was on the phone with her, and she went into the kitchen. I could hear her putting her food into the microwave, closing it and pressing it. I didn't say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I've already warned her to stop using microwave. Did she stop? No. Microwave destroys your food. It literally strips out the nutrition. It takes out the nutrition from your food. It's not good. But after I warned her about it, she continued to use it. I didn't say anything. If that's how you choose to die, go ahead. So our people are very foolish, and things have gotten worse. Only a foolish person will be sending their children to school instead of making them to go learn a trade. Because that school system guarantees that he or she is going to be working for somebody. Are you allergic to having your son be the boss and have people work for him? Do you not want that? Is that something that you don't like? And that will not happen when he is stuck in school and eventually stuck behind a desk somewhere. So he's going to be a slave working for someone else. Those people that he's working for, do they have two heads? Do they not have the same head that your son has? These are stuff we do out of foolishness. And we can't even see that this thing is rendering us as slaves. And these are all part of the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28. So when you begin to keep the law, your eyes get opened and you begin to see what's really going on. Speaking of eyes, look at verse 21. Speaking of eyes being opened, not your physical eyes, your spiritual eyes. So when I say that sending your children to school is foolishness, you're going to be like, what is this man talking about? My children going to school is foolishness? Yeah, because your eyes are closed. You can't understand. It's rendering your children as poor. Your children are not going to get anywhere going to that school, getting a degree. It guarantees that they're going to be working for somebody, which means that they are slaves to that person. He can't keep the Sabbath. Sometimes they won't even be allowed to grow their beard. They can't really keep the law. Knowing how the Sabbath works right now, you know that they cannot keep the Sabbath. I'm not even going to, should I go into all the abomination? The fact that he is going to become a male prostitute in that school, having sex with girls in the toilet, having sex with different girls in that school in the name of boyfriend and girlfriend. Should I mention that she is going to become a whore in that school, in that primary school, in that high school, in that university? These are things that Satan will not tell you. Oh, just send them to school. Let them get a degree. Let them be a doctor. Let them be a lawyer. Just like he told Eve, just eat of that tree. Just like he told Yeshua, just worship me and I will give you all these things. He doesn't tell you the other part, the other negative aspect of all these things. What shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose their soul? What does it profit me if my children go to school and they are lawyers and they are doctors, but they don't know much about the scriptures? They have no idea who they are. They cannot keep the Sabbath. What will I tell the Most High on the judgment day? I didn't do my job as a parent. But we do these things because our eyes are closed. Our eyes are closed because we refuse to keep the law. And because our eyes are closed, we continue to go walk in this system, in a hidden system, in a pagan system, in the European system, the Western system. And we're suffering and we're literally being destroyed. We eat their junk food and we get sick. We become fat and sick. And what do? We go back to them to give us their chemicals. And then they tell us that that chemical that we give you as drugs cannot actually cure you. You're going to actually have to take it for the rest of your life. And we take it from them and we go home and we keep taking it. And usually that particular chemicals has other side effects. Listen to those drug commercials on TV. The drug commercial, the commercial for the drugs. Look at the side effects. Diarrhea, all this, pain, all kinds of effects. On a drug that will not cure you. On a drug that they told you that you're going to be in this drug for the rest of your life. But it comes with all these other disease. One of the main diseases is liver problems. Because your liver is the one that gets to process these drugs. And it's so hard on your liver because it's chemical. So one of the problems is liver disease. Eventually your liver will begin to fail. It's so hard on the liver. We are going through these things because our eyes are blind. Our eyes are blind because we refuse to keep the law. Which brings up Hosea, the book of Hosea. But let's finish this Jeremiah first. This is what the Most High told his servant to go tell his people. Do you think his people want to hear this? Jeremiah chapter 5 verse 20. Declare this in the house of Jacob and proclaim it in Yehuda. Hear this, O foolish and senseless people. Imagine a man of Yah beginning to speak, and the first thing that comes from his mouth is, hear this, O you foolish and senseless people. Who wants to listen to that man? Wasn't he sent by Yah? What happens if you don't listen to him? If any man thinks he's behaving uncomely towards his virgin. So as a Christian, that thing doesn't make any sense. First of all, do people own virgins? Is there a record where people own a bunch of virgins? So as a Christian, you're not going to understand that. Because Christians don't understand biblical marriage. So you would not understand what Paul was talking about. So what I just described to you right now, that's the way it's supposed to be done. So we don't let our boys run around and we just pretend as if everything is okay because they're going to school. They need to finish college before they start. They need to finish college before they get married. That's an European system. What do these boys do? They're having sex with girls in their schools. They're not going to tell you that. I used to be a young boy. And we have Twitter and Facebook. So now you have all these pictures on the internet on that they put on Twitter. Now you have camera. So now you actually see videos of these people having sex in the classroom. That's what they do. So Satan have managed to get us focused on education. They have to go to school. 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 And you ignore every other thing. You ignore their spiritual life. You ignore every other thing. Just go to school. Go to school. Go to school. You ignore the fact that he has feelings. He's going to desire sex, whether you like it or not. What is the solution? Just ignore it. You're too young. Finish school. You're too young. You're too young. It's like when somebody wants to pee. You're telling them, they have to pee. At some point, that pee will begin to come out, whether they are ready or not. And the Most High has zero tolerance for sexual sin. The Most High have zero tolerance for sexual sin. And that's exactly what's going on today. Sexual sin. So Satan have managed to keep us busy with a system that has been built for him. Like he says in Revelation chapter 13 verse 2. He gave the beast his power, his throne, and his authority to do these things. Who is the beast? The fourth kingdom. Who are the fourth kingdom? The Europeans. They are the one that created this system. I got a call from a 16 years old some time ago, and he didn't know what to do because they were forcing him that he must shave his beard in school. He saw one of my videos that says that we have to grow our beard. He didn't know what to do, and he was calling me, and he was afraid to talk to his mother. Why? Because he said that his mother will force him to shave his beard if she finds out that the school was forcing him to shave his beard. So here you have Leviticus chapter 19:27. Leviticus 19:27 saying that we have to have our beard. Here you have the Gentiles telling the boy that he must shave. You can see videos on YouTube. Them preventing, Hebrew girls to really have their natural hair. Preventing Hebrew boys to, there was one that they couldn't allow to graduate. He wasn't allowed to come to the graduation because he had a beard. Just a beard. He wasn't allowed. He wasn't there on the graduation day because he refused to shave his beard. Do you see what's going on here? So what Satan, like Eve and Satan, what he's not going to tell you is the consequences behind whatever he's telling you that you're going to get in return. So today, we are doing it the wrong way, and we're suffering because of that. We have the system of betrothing. What I described for you here is for the boys. So that's why it says in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, if any man thinks that he's behaving uncomely towards his virgin, if she has seen the flower of her age, let them marry. That's because girls are typically betrothed. That's why you see in Deuteronomy chapter 22, he keeps talking about betrothing. Girls are typically betrothed to a husband. even before they see their period. And according to 1 Corinthians chapter 7:36, once they see their period, then they're ready for marriage. So why did he say if he thinks that he's behaving uncalmly towards his virgin? Yeah, if he's desiring sex and beginning to, becomes embarrassing, then let them get married. But typically, it's good to get your stuff together, but you don't have to. It's not a must. But when you start on time, that's why I say I'm going to start with the 10 years old right now. Find him a wife, put him in a place to go start learning a skill right away. He needs to decide what he wants to do: carpentry, electrician, plumbing, welding, any of those things. IKEA is a furniture store. How do you think the owner started? How do you think he began to make furniture and put it in boxes for you, make it easy for you? How do you think he got started? There's a frame in your car, and people made that frame before you even put a car on the frame. How do you think the company that was building the frame for the car company, how do you think the owner started? Satan always wants you to think that his way is the best. All this other way, no, that's not the best. That will make your children poor. But his way will render your children slaves. Any degree you get from them, you have to work for somebody. That's the whole point of getting a degree. You're going to have to go look for a job. If you plan on going into business, you don't really need their degree. You go learn that business. You learn the business and go into it, period. And it's even easier to do today with the internet. So by the time the boy is 18, he's married, he has a wife, never committed sexual sin, has his own wife, has his own job, his own business, his own house. That's the way it's supposed to be. We've also gone away from the way we're supposed to raise our daughters. We've completely gone away from that. Completely. Our children are not, our girls are not supposed to be educated the way we're educating them. And the Most High said, cause not your daughter to be a whore. He didn't say, don't make your daughter a whore. He said, don't cause your daughter to be a whore. Don't cause her. It's like, don't cause him to fall, or don't cause her to fall. Well, if you pour water on the ground and somebody steps on that water and they fall, you've caused them to fall. You didn't push them down, but by putting water on the floor and they step on the water and they slip and fall, you caused it. So when he says don't cause your daughter to be a whore, when you take her and you put her into a school where there are a bunch of boys who are horny, who are going crazy, you are causing her to be a whore. Because her herself is probably in the same situation, having the same feelings. And almost 100% of the time, these girls will not tell you. They will not tell you this. Why? Because they are embarrassed. Why are they embarrassed? Because we don't discuss it. We don't discuss this thing in our homes. We don't talk to our kids. We don't discuss sex. We don't sit them down and talk about it. We do what everyone else is doing. We assume that they will teach them in the school. You're going to teach your daughter in the school. Do you want a strange man teaching your daughter about sex in school? Really? You're supposed to educate them about these things. And educate them while the Bible is open so they can see for themselves. They're supposed to keep their legs closed until their wedding night. He, the boy, is supposed to keep his pants up until his wedding night. And is only allowed to have sex with his wife. That's it. You have so many things you can use. Look at David that had sex with somebody's wife. Look at how Yah punished him. So these are things we're supposed to be teaching our children. And our daughters are not supposed to go to that school system. The only school your daughter is supposed to go is you, the ones that you taught her. Titus chapter 2. Your daughter is supposed to learn from you how to cook, how to clean, how to take care of babies, how to take care of her husband. You're supposed to teach her those things. We love to talk about, finding a righteous person, finding a righteous man, finding a righteous woman. We desire for a righteous person to marry our daughter, or for our son to marry a righteous girl. Are we preparing them to be righteous? Because the truth is that Yah will not allow and sit back and allow a girl who has been trained to be righteous, who has been trained to be a wife, who has been trained to serve her husband, which is her job. Yah will not allow her to be for a wicked man or a wicked boy who were not really trained properly. He may be wearing his fringes, he may grow his beard, but he's not really that serious with the law. Yah will not allow her to marry that righteous girl, because then that will be a punishment on the girl. And the girl did not do anything. She was raised properly by her parents. So Yah will not allow her to be married by that wicked man. Do you remember the story in the book of Tobit? Read the book of Tobit. It's part of the Apocrypha. If you don't have it, Google it or download the Apocrypha on your phone. Download the app and look into the book of Tobit. It has only 14 chapters. Just 14 chapters. You can read that today. It's a very interesting story about a Hebrew Israelite, what happened to him, how he was living in a foreign land in Assyria while the Hebrew Israelite was in captivity over there. And you may be able to see some of the things that you're going through today. How he was so lonely with his family. It was hard to see people who are keeping the law. Very hard. During the feast, he will go outside. He will send his son to go outside and look for a Hebrew. There were a bunch of Hebrews. It's almost like today. Read the book of Tobit. It's almost like today. There were so many Hebrews in that land, but it was hard for him to find someone who is keeping the law. So during the feast, they will cook, and then he will send his son to go outside and see if they can find any Hebrew that will come join them to eat the feast, to eat the food. I keep telling you, food is a big part of the feast days. Food is a big part of the feast days. If I ever invite you to come for a feast, you're probably going to add a lot of weight by the time you leave. Because there's lots and lots of that. It's a time of eating and drinking, and just like you can see it in Deuteronomy chapter 14 from verse 22. Deuteronomy chapter 14 from verse 22. Deuteronomy chapter 14 from verse 22. You see what Yah himself said there. He told us to buy strong drinks. Those strong drinks is alcohol, but not man-made alcohol. It's natural alcohol. Natural, like palm wine. Yah told us to buy it and drink, to eat and be merry. Just have good time during that feast. So feast has a lot to do with food, but they were living in a foreign land, and during the feast, they were very lonely. They cook all this food, so he would send his son to go out and look and see if he can find any Hebrew. There were Hebrews in that land, but they didn't know, they were not keeping the law. They were not. It was difficult for him to actually find a Hebrew that keeps the law. Because when he sits on that table eating that feast with a Hebrew that don't keep the law, the Hebrew don't know what's going on. They're just eating food. They don't know why. They don't know. They don't care. That's why I told you to read the book of Tobit, because in that way you may be able to see some of the things that you're going through. So you can realize that you're not the only one who are feeling lonely in this journey. People have gone through stuff like this. And that brings me to his son. That brings me to his son. The girl that his son eventually married. It was Yah that arranged that marriage. The Most High from heaven arranged it. Yah sent an angel to go and bring bring Tobit's son, bring them together with that young girl. Because that young girl was raised as a Hebrew. She was raised as a Hebrew. You could see when she was getting married, her own mother told her, when you get to your husband's house, treat his mother like your mother. Treat his father like your father, because they're going to be your parents now. Do you think you will hear that today? Even from those that claim to be Hebrews? Like as I said before, the only reason why this thing worries me is because it's requiring us that we must go back to the old ways. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. Yah is calling us to go back to the old ways. So when we read the Bible and we read the scriptures, we see them doing something, and Yah approves it, we have to do it exactly that way. You have to follow the laws that they kept, like Yah gave it to them. So her mother told her, when you get to your husband's house, she's going to be your mother now, basically. But if you look, that girl had about 7 men that wanted to marry her. They all died. You see this in the book of Tobit. You remember that story that Yeshua told? Yeshua told a story. In some of the parables, Yeshua told a story. Where do you think Yeshua got that story from? Well, when you read the book of Tobit, you see. Yeshua told a story like that. Or they brought a story like that to Yeshua. About, about people that kept marrying the young lady and they kept dying. Whose wife will that be? So this girl was a righteous girl, was raised as a Hebrew by her parents. She was righteous, and she knew exactly what she's supposed to do. It seems like people don't really know what a woman is supposed to do, and it's not really being talked about because it's not politically correct. It's not politically correct, and most men don't want to talk about it because they don't want to look bad, but that's fine. I'm already not looking bad. I'm already not looking bad anyways. The job of a woman is to serve her husband. That's why it says in 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 8 and 9. 1 Corinthians, I keep repeating it just so that maybe for those who are writing it down, you can write it down and read it yourself. 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 8 and 9. It says that a man was not made for the woman, but the woman for the man. A woman was made for the man. Genesis 3:16, he said that your husband will rule over you. You don't do that to your partner. You don't rule over your partner. But today, the Europeans have told us that marriage is 50-50. That's what they told us. And we're following them. And that's why it's not working out. More than 70% of kids in the Hebrew, so-called African Americans, more than 70% of the kids have no father in the house. There is no father in the house. And that's one of the reasons why I told you that things are going to get worse. Because a female cannot raise a children by herself. That part that a man is supposed to play, that void that a man is supposed to feel, that void will be there. That void will be there. And that's why Hebrew boys today, the so-called African Americans, are very emotional. They're very, very emotional. Very emotional. And that's why you see them, that's one of the reasons why they kill each other. Because they're very emotional. That's one of the reasons why. There are other reasons why. Going back to Deuteronomy chapter 28, which is the main reason why. So you see that void, and these men, this thing began in the late 60s with the welfare thing that they implemented. Part of the requirement is that you cannot have a man in the house. So these heathen, these children of Satan, was building houses. They were building houses. They had money ready. You can move into that house. It's just that you cannot live there with a man. You can get some money every month. It's just that you cannot have a man in the house. This is how they destroyed whatever his name, Lyndon Johnson, whatever his name is. He's the one that did this. Before that, the so-called black family was intact until they implemented the Welfare Act and required that for you to get it, you have to not have a man in the house. That was the beginning of the destruction of the so-called black family in America. And isn't that similar to what you see in the Garden of Eden? Doesn't that sound similar? Doesn't that look similar? Like what you see with Yeshua and Satan in Luke chapter 4. So you see Satan offering something, but you have to do this before you can get it. And when I look at the system, especially in America today, I would actually say that Satan have done some of the things that he promised Eve. Actually, if you are a man and you've ever had a child, and you look at the system, you see that the way that the system is, for the women that want to be honest, you can definitely see that the system is designed to favor the women more. The European system is designed to favor the women more. So in that case, Satan have done some of the things that he promised Eve. That you will be worshipped. You'll be like gods if you eat of that tree. You will be like gods. And people will tell you that today. That the black woman is a queen. What do you do to queens? You worship them. You are subject. They rule over you. That was kind of like what Sarah's name sounds like. And Yah told him to change it. It was changed from Sarai to Sarah. Look up the strong definition of her name. Go to Strong Concordance and look up what it means, what Sarai means, and what Sarah means. Yah did not like what Sarai means. It was changed. Yah told her to change it. Why? Because that you are supposed to be ruled over, which if you're dealing with a righteous man, that's not a big deal. Because he's supposed to treat you like Yeshua treated the church anyways. So these are things that we've gotten these things wrong. And sometimes I get a call from people. I remember I get a call from a woman that seems to be kind of old. And she was almost crying, talking about how how she feels really bad. She feels bad and she feels guilty. about the things that she's learning right now. She feels that she would have, if she had known, she would have raised her children according to the Torah, according to the law. And now her children are grown. She herself is very old. She's like, she's very old now. She's old, but not very old. So she was feeling bad, and I tried to encourage her not to feel bad. There's nothing there to feel bad. There's no point to cry and feel bad that you wish you had known. Well, you didn't know. What happened has happened. You have to move on now. You have to stick to keeping the law now. Hopefully they will look at you and see what you're doing, and they will try to, they will listen. It's easier when they are younger. It's very difficult when they get old. That's why Satan wants to get your kids when they are young. So we have it all messed up when it comes to girls too. When it comes to girls, we have it all messed up. And a girl is supposed to be prepared for marriage. Like reason why I brought up the story of the book of Tobit in the Apocrypha is that, like as I said, Yah will not sit back and allow a righteous girl to be married by a wicked boy or man who is pretending to be a Hebrew. So that girl, people kept marrying her and they kept dying. There's up to 7 of them. They kept marrying her, and then at the night, in the evening, when they will consummate the marriage, because that's what happens. That's why your daughter have to keep her virginity until her wedding night. So if you read the book of Tobit, you see that in the night when they will consummate the marriage, when they will have sex for the first time, those men kept dying. The first man wanted to marry her. Everything was fine. The night they're supposed to consummate the marriage, the Muslims are still doing this till today. The Muslims do this. The Arabs, they do it. They consummate the marriage on the wedding night. That's the way it used to be. But today, we are so whored out. We are so, like, the whoredom today is just unbelievable because we're following the Europeans. So today, typically, our children will start having sex and they'll get tired of having sex before they will now come to you and tell you that they want to get married or that they're engaged. Yeah, they will tell you that they're engaged. Really? That's not biblical. Judges chapter 14 with Samson. When he saw a wife that he wanted to marry, he went back home and spoke to his parents about that he saw a girl. Can you please go marry her for me? Can you please go get her for me? He didn't go talk to her and be like, I would like to, I love you, can we date, blah, blah, blah. That's another wicked word, date. Who and who was dating in the Bible? These are crap we've learned from these heathens. These are the reasons why most of us are going to end up in hellfire. Because Yah will not tolerate all this nonsense from these wicked Gentiles. Who do you think, whose word will stand at the end of the day? The Europeans? The Most High? I really wish you study what's going on in Europe right now. The immigration, the Islamic taking over of Europe. It's right there on YouTube. The low birth rate, the low sperm count, the mysterious death, the opioid crisis, the high suicide rate. This is all happening to one group of people. It's called plague, and it came from the Most High. One of the most clever things that Satan will do right now is to make you think that this is all fairy tales. And you throw away a golden opportunity that you have. This is the time for repentance. This is the time for change. This is the time to clean up our lives. This is the time to be serious with the law. because the fourth kingdom is crumbling in our face. So at the end of the day, Yah's word is what will stand. His law is what will stand. I don't know, but even if I end up not in the kingdom because of my lawlessness, if I start breaking the law and not make it into the kingdom, I will still be grateful to the Most High. I will still be grateful for the opportunity He gave me to know the truth, to know exactly what I'm supposed to do in order to make it into the kingdom. I will still be grateful for the eyes, my eyes that He opened to see what's going on and to see His truth, which is His law, to see His true calendar, which is the sun and the moon, to see who His true people are, to understand what the requirement is into the kingdom, to understand why I'm here. I had a different plan in the past. I had to pretty much suspend my company, suspend my career. If I do go back into it in the future, it will be non-profit. It will be to make movies. I would love to start making movies again, and I would love to do stuff like stories you see in the scripture. There's a wonderful story I would love to do, make into a movie, and it's found in the book of Maccabees. The courageous, amazing Hebrew woman who watched her sons was killed right in her face. Oh my goodness. By the Greeks, the third kingdom. You and I are living under the fourth kingdom. The Greeks, Alexander the Great was the fourth. There was the third kingdom. Nebuchadnezzar of the Babylonians was the first kingdom. The Medes and the Persians was the second kingdom. Then came the Greeks. You can read more about the Greeks in the book of Maccabees. Or you can go to your local library and read about the Greeks and what they did to the Hebrews. One of the things that they did was that they were forcing a Hebrew woman to eat pork. And she refused. They tried to force her children. They refused, and they began to kill her children right in her face, one after the other. They all refused, and eventually they killed her. Yah have done his part by making sure that her story is recorded in the scriptures for us to keep. I would like to do something to bring her story back to life today. So those are the kind of stuff I would love to do in the future. But movies, the entertainment industry is satanic because it's currently being run by Satan, or the children of Satan are running the entertainment industry. So I'm going to come at it in a different way, which money will not be my goal. And when money is not my goal, it's kind of like YouTube. So people are very much limited on YouTube because they monetize their channel. So they make money from you watching their videos. I refuse to monetize my channel. I don't make money from you watching my videos. So that allows me to do certain things that I will not do if my channel is monetized. You see how you sell your soul? This is everywhere. So there are some Hebrew Israelites that sometimes they put a video, sometimes they turn off the audio, they do stuff, because their channel is monetized. So that limits to what you can do. I choose not to monetize my channel. When I was building the Coming Kingdom app, I had an opportunity to make it that each time you go into the app, I will make money. When you go into the app, they keep bombarding you with ads inside the app. I choose not to do that. I choose to go the expensive route. I choose not to do that. I decided to pay more so that you don't have to see any ads in the app, so it can be clean. So they don't give you money for nothing. You have to pay something in return. So if I ever go back into the movie industry, it will still be with the same system. It's not to make money, it's to make that movie and really bring stories like that like that woman, bring it back to life. You will never see that kind of story coming from from Christians. Most people are not interested in making stories like that because a lot of people like pork, they like shrimp. So when people see that, what is this? How can this woman die because of pork? It makes people to begin to think. Movies are powerful. Television is powerful. That's one of the most effective tools that Satan has. It's medium. That's one of the most effective tools that they have. I think this thing is taking me back from where I started, which is YouTube. That's interesting. Because I was telling you to be careful with YouTube. So, as the Spirit is taking me around, and I think we're going to end from where we started, which is YouTube. I never even thought of that or planned to go, but let's see. So, that's and speaking of YouTube, so if I ever go back, speaking of career and speaking of keeping the law, making it priority, like you see in Matthew chapter 6, if I ever go back into that career, I simply packed my equipment and I just store them. I store them up. So if I ever go back into that career, it's just to make movies, like bringing back to life the story of that woman. I write, I direct, I edit, produce. So it's to bring her story back to life, and people will watch it. They will watch it like they are watching a regular movie, but it will start making them to think, wow, if this woman what makes her to, if she's willing to lose her life because of the law. Well, and then of course there are many other things that will go into the story to show people that we are supposed to keep the law. So yeah, that's how I'm going to go into it. But if it's just to go into it just to make money, what's the point of being in that career and really helping Satan to maintain his kingdom? That's what movies and music are for today. If music and a movie, if movie or music is not to glorify Yah, if it's not about the law or to glorify Yah, then it's like maintaining the satanic system. Is to maintain his system. Because a lot of people are being held bondage through those medium that they call media today. And people sit there with their mouth open. Watch people how they watch TV sometimes. When you come into a place and you see people watching TV, just watch them. Don't watch the TV, just look at them. If they're really into it, they're just like there. Their mouth is open. It's like there's something going on. Like they are so like lost. They're so into it. I know because I used to be there. They're so into it. And they actually believe it. They believe what they see. They believe the movies. They believe those things. So that's a very powerful tool combined with all the other medias. So that's something that will definitely, if I go back into that field, but it will be for non-profit. So in that way, that will give me a lot of freedom. And that way I won't be restricted because of the money thing. It will be for non-profit. It's just to make the movies and put it out there, make it, put it out there, make it, put it out there. But that the story of that woman will definitely be one of them. The story you see in the book of Tobit will be one of them too. And in that way, people can, I remember when I used to be in the movie industry, I used to own a production company. People just, they loved what I do. They love what I did. And they, people that you don't even know, they, So, but anyways, the point is this, that what shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? What was I promised? Well, keep doing what you're doing. You're going to get famous. You're going to be making a lot of money. That's the goal. And you pursue that goal by all means. Just make movies, keep doing it. You're going to get famous and you're going to make a lot of money. That is the goal. And we'll put our head into it and we'll just pursue it. That means sometimes you can't even keep the Sabbath. Sometimes you get seduced by some of the women that are involved. Sometimes you seduce them. Sometimes they seduce you, sometimes you seduce them. There's all kinds of things that are going on, but you're breaking the law. And you're helping to prop up the satanic system, which goes against James chapter 4, verse 4. So these are things that we have to reconsider our choices. If you are doing something that absolutely does not get in the way of you keeping the law, go ahead. If you have a business or a job where you can keep the Sabbath and nobody is bothering you, that job or business is not in any way interfering into you keeping the law. That's perfect. That's the way it's supposed to be. That is the way it's supposed to be. But if you have to keep compromising and they keep bothering you and they keep... No, it's not supposed to be that way. So, another thing too, if you live amongst the Gentiles and you're working 6 days a week so you can save up and move, that's fine. The most important thing is to start saving. Don't think that you cannot do it. Satan will want you to think that, oh, you don't know anybody anywhere. You don't know anybody in Africa. I don't know anybody. I don't have money. No, start saving whatever you can. Start saving. Even if somebody is going to help you, at least you will at least have enough money to buy a plane ticket to go over there, right? Yah can raise up somebody to help you. Going into Africa typically costs about $1,000 for plane ticket. So this is the time to start saving. Like I said in the beginning, they will try to give you impression through their media that, you can only depend on them to survive. And as long as you are around them, you will never be able to properly keep the law. You will never. And Yah will never change them because of you. It's not going to happen. You might want to read Isaiah 65. Isaiah 65. It's like Yah have given up on them because he tried to save them. They refused. He's like, okay, we shall see when the time comes. We shall see. You're going to see how I'm going to treat my people, and you will see how I'm going to treat you. Because I gave you an opportunity to repent, you refuse. Isaiah 65. So Yah is not going to come down from heaven and change them. That's why he says, get away from them. The farther away you are from them, the better for you. The farther, if let's say you have children, are they going to be bothering you that they didn't go to school, that you're homeschooling? They take kids away from people because your house is not clean. These are reasons why they take kids away. They can take your child away because your house was not clean. Sometimes they lie. Sometimes they actually lie. I watched a case that went up to the circuit court. I watched it, and the judges were questioning the attorney, and she was, they were asking her, are you really saying that the CPS can actually lie just to take somebody's child away? And you may not know this, but they are actually protected by the US law. Sometimes they can lie just to take your kids away. And they have something called professional immunity, something like that actually protect them. So sometimes these people, and they do get paid each time they take a kid away. So these are stuff you will be dealing with the closer you are to them, plus many other things, plus the bad food. Food is contaminated, air is contaminated, water is contaminated. So it's a place that if you decide not to live and live there for the rest of your life, it's guaranteed that you're going to die young. It's a polluted place, like literally, not just spiritually, like it says in Revelation chapter 18. It's like a place that is like literally like polluted. So, but again, that fear that Satan have put there, it's not true. The best thing is to start saving. Now, whatever you can get, start saving, start saving, start saving. And if keeping the law is your goal and your purpose, at the right time, Yah will send somebody that will help you. But even if he doesn't send, you still have to go. We still got to go. Revelation 18:4. Revelation 18:4, Isaiah 28:20, or Isaiah 48:20. Isaiah 48:20. Deliver yourself. Deliver yourself from the daughter of Babylon. So, but when you begin to, it looks like we're ending from where we started. Because I was telling you that YouTube is filled with false information that has been deliberately put there by the children of Satan to confuse you, to create confusion. That's it. It's to create confusion. That's it. So it makes it more difficult for you to find the truth. The truth is on YouTube. There are people that post up the truth. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about other people. There are other people that post up the truth. But it's hard to find because it's been saturated with a bunch of lies. Like I always give you as an example, if you have a phone and you go into the room and you leave your phone there, and then you left the room, you come back into the room, somebody have came into the room and flood the room with the exact same phone that looks like your phone. Somebody came into the room and intentionally put bunch of phones everywhere on the floor, everywhere. But that phone that they put there, those phones look like your phone. You know you are going to really spend some time finding your phone. Because they all look like your phone. Your phone is there. The truth is there. It's just that it's hard to find. There's so many lies. That's what Satan has done. So when you go on YouTube to look for a video, be careful. Speaking of this particular issue, there are Hebrew Israelites that when you become concerned about Revelation 18 and Isaiah 47, Revelation 18 and Isaiah 47 talks about America. There are Hebrew Israelites. One of them is a woman. Her name is Haroya Root. That's her YouTube channel. She's putting out lies. First of all, she's not supposed to be teaching the Torah, but she's doing it. So if you are someone that cares about the truth, that's the first red flag. She wears pants. It's a second red flag. Because somebody have sent me her video and wanted me to watch it. Somebody sent it to me where she was teaching about biblical marriage. Sometimes people do that. People send me a video and they say, brother, can you watch this video? I just, they want to know what I think. So the lady does, you can see her sitting down. She's wearing pants and she's teaching the law. That's a problem. So one of her teaching is that basically you don't have to worry about getting away from America. And she said that everywhere is the same. She said that the Gentiles have corrupted the whole world, which is half truth. Half truth. Like I always say, if you spank your child in Africa and somebody calls the police, I'm going to say it in a different way now. Before, I told you that if you spank your child in Africa, or somebody spanks their child and someone else calls the police will most likely arrest that person. So let's say you spank your child and I see you spanking your child, or I see you beating your child, because we didn't get spanked. Oh yeah, they beat the hell crap out of you. Even in schools, you have to cross the gate by 8 a.m. or they flog you. Ask anybody that went to school in Africa. You get flogged, like really hard, like very, very, like they flog you. So your mom doesn't need to tell you to wake up early. She doesn't need to tell you that. You know you have to cross that gate by 8 a.m. or you get flogged. That's in Africa. If a teacher do that in America, he's going to go to prison for a long time. If your teacher or a teacher beats or flogs or spanks a child in America, that teacher will go to prison in a long time. But it happens in Africa, and it still happens. My little brother owns a school. Speaking of that, my little brother owns a school. My little brother did not even go to university. My little brother has no permit or license from the government. But I think he has almost 100 kids in his school right now. And it's growing. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. And I'm telling you the truth for you to imagine that place. So when someone tells you that the whole world is the same, that's not true. Because the reason why she was saying it is for you to stay where you are. That's an agent of Satan. That's an agent of Satan. So when you spank your child in Africa, let's say you are in a store and you're spanking your child, everybody's going to be walking, minding their business. Because people think differently. We are not psychopaths. We don't have sex with our kids. We don't spank our kids for no reason. And everybody knows that. That's why when you call the police, they may not arrest you for calling them that man or that woman is spanking their child. They may not arrest you, but they're not going to be happy with you. And they will probably take you to their station for wasting their time. Like, they're not going to be very happy. Let me put it that way. Why? Because those police officers have kids. They have children too. There was actually a video that they made somewhere in Africa, in a different part of Africa. They made a video. If I do find it, I will share it with you so you can see what I'm talking about. Where a kid calls the cops on her parents. And I think the parents ended up taking her just to punish. No, the police ended up taking her just to punish her because the police was so mad that she will even call them, talking about her parents, disciplining her. This is real. You can confirm by asking anybody that has been in Africa. Why am I saying this? There's a lot of lies that Satan's children, and don't you think that Satan's children are only the Europeans? They are adopted children of Satan. This was the reason why Yah was killing the Hebrews in the wilderness. Why do you think he was killing some of them that was killed? Will Yah kill a righteous person in anger? Will Yah, by being angry, killing a righteous person? So don't you think that only the Europeans can be children of Satan? They are adopted children of those who have signed up and decided to become the children of devil. So they will be destroyed along with the rest of the children of the devil. So there are people like that masquerade themselves on YouTube, like her royal root. If your eyes are open, you can see. First of all, sister is not supposed to be teaching the law. But how is she doing it? Well, she presents herself like she knows the Hebrew language. So she gets your attention by making you think that she understands the Hebrew language. So that gives you a reason to listen to her. And then she goes in and then she begins to tell you that Yah has a feminine side. So it's one step, they keep going. And eventually you may end up hearing that Yah may have a wife or something, but she does talk about that Yah, there's a feminine side to Yah. That's not something we see in the Bible. That's something, if you tell me that's not biblical. How can Yah send Hebrew men or anybody, any man, according to the book of Revelation? According to the book of Revelation, no effeminate, a man that behaves like a woman, will be allowed in the kingdom. According to the book of Revelation, any man that behaves like a woman will not be allowed into the kingdom. So how can Yah send men to hell for behaving like women, but then Yah himself behaves like a woman? That doesn't make any sense. So these are stuff that she teaches, and one of relating to the topic is that, oh, don't worry about it, the whole world is corrupted. The whole world is corrupted. You know what? Those that have their eyes blinded, they will listen to that and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's true, and then they stay. Guess what? They continue to eat polluted food, polluted drink, polluted air. They continue to live to their enemies, continue to have their enemies educate their children. So she's not the only one that does it. There's another one called the Watchman Report. He also teaches that the whole world is the same. He teaches that, and he tried to convince you not to go, not to stay in America, where we have Isaiah chapter 47 talking about America. Then we have Isaiah chapter 48. Yah begins to talk to his people. In verse 20, Isaiah 48 verse 20, Yah says, deliver yourself. It's very clear. Read it in multiple translation. It's going to say pretty much the same thing. Deliver yourself. Revelation chapter 18 verse 4, it says, come out of her. I began to warn people about this almost 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, I'm sure. Something like that, about 10 years ago. I don't really, I'm supposed to, but I can play games and not to. So, he also teaches that the whole world is the same. And then he tells you a story about a cat that was crossing the street and was killed by a car. And the reason why that cat was killed was because if that cat had stayed where that cat was, that cat would not have been killed. So when the time comes for the Most High to destroy America, he will. Even though his people are in America. Because he never said that he's going to take them out of America. He says, deliver yourself. Yah has people in Jamaica. Yah has people in Belize, Trinidad, Mexico. Not the Mexicans, no. The Afro-Latinos. They are the real Hebrews. The Afro-Latinos. Mexicans are not Hebrew Israelite. They are not. Like these people will tell you. Speaking of the lies, bunch of lies. So, these are things that Yah has people around the world. And if you do understand Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8 and 9, Zechariah 13, verse 8 and 9 says that the two-third, that is 66.6% out of 100%. 66.6 out of 100% will be destroyed, will fall by the sword. That's dead. 33.4% will be saved, or will make it. 33 point, that's less than 50%. So even if Yah destroys America, Yah still has people around the world. In the Middle East, he has people in Pakistan, the Pashtuns. He has people all over the world. And around the world, Yah's people in America are the most corrupt. Yah's people in America are the most degenerate. And most corrupt. Most bloodshedding. That's the truth. Yah's people in America are the most corrupt, the most degenerate individuals, the most wicked, at least the most degenerate. Why? Because they are closer to the enemy. So they learn all of this degenerate behavior, homosexual, transgender. It's done in other countries, but not as much as in America. See, that's why it's important to stay away. The further away you go away from them, the more difficult it is for them to get you. So, closing from where we started, there's a lot of, Satan has a lot of agents. And like some of you may not remember, those of you that have been here for a long time, you remember what I told you when we studied about biblical marriage more than a year ago. Satan has people in different cultures, different races. I showed you a girl, Malala, the one that was shot in the head, I think in Pakistan or in Afghanistan. And then she was flown to London and she was treated and she became a full-fledged agent of Satan. And the Europeans began to use her to go around the world, like literally go around the world, encouraging girls to not get married, but to go to school before anything else. So here you have a Muslim girl who is being used to do this. Malala Yousafzai, or whatever her name was or is. That's an agent of Satan. So Satan has people in different cultures, different languages. So when you come into our own culture, our own people, you have people like TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar, these are agents of Satan. Because they make our people feel good. They make our people feel like they have a relationship with the Most High. We have a problem, and that problem is 1 John chapter 2, verse 3 to verse 6. 1 John chapter 2, verse 3 to verse 6 says that by this we know that we know him, if we keep his commandment. Anyone that claims to know him but doesn't keep his commandment is a liar. But they give people the impression that they know the Most High. But those people are not keeping the commandment. So who do they know? They don't know the Most High. They know Satan. These are all agents of Satan. So not only the Europeans are serving Satan, but our people are too. That's interesting because how this whole thing went down today. I certainly learned something. I mean, I certainly, this isn't what I had in mind or what I came for us to have our normal Sabbath, but this is kind of how Yah does stuff. So Satan has different agents, and even when you watch Hebrew Israelite, be careful. Even when you watch Hebrew Israelite, there are people out there that know the truth. There are brothers out there that are teaching the truth, but it's hard to find. I wish there's more people. It's hard to find. When you see a congregation, when you see a camp, and I don't mean to bash our people, but when you see a camp that teaches a lot of good things, but then keeps the Sabbath on Saturday, that's a problem. That is a problem. And to make the whole situation worse, when they keep the feast days, they use the moon. So it's not that they don't know. When they are keeping the Passover, they use the moon. When they keep the Day of Atonement, they use the moon. But they refuse to use it to keep the Sabbath. That's a red flag. That's a sign of people who are teaching false. They are not real. They're fake. Because they are rejecting the most important law in the scripture, Sabbath. Why are they rejecting it? Because it's difficult to keep. Let me say that again. Let me take that back. Because it's difficult for those who don't want to keep the law. It's difficult for those who don't want to come out of the system. For those that want to remain in the system and remain as they are, it's difficult. For those that really want to keep the law, it's easy. They know this. So those who are teaching the Mexicans are Hebrew Israelite. Even though Jacob was supposed to be a dark-skinned man, his 4 wives are supposed to be a dark-skinned women. So where did the Mexicans come in? And you know that most of the camps believe this, that the Latinos are Israelites. I showed you a video of a man that tried to correct them. They didn't even argue. They know it's the truth. But because they have they are spreading their lies already. They have the charts. So this is where ego comes in. So they know that Mexicans are not Hebrew Israelites. They know that. But because they've been teaching this for so long, if they now change their mind on this, that's going to raise a lot different questions. Well, if you guys were wrong about this, what else are you wrong about? Plus other things that they teach. So it's very difficult to find the truth. So YouTube is saturated with what Satan have done is just to make a lot of people to be producing videos and making stuff. So it's really difficult to find the truth. It's out there, but it's hard to find. So the first step is to stay away from the Gentiles. Don't let a Gentile teach you the law. That's not the will of the Most High. A Gentile should not teach you the law. No, that's not Yah's will. So that's the first step. Because the thing is that with them, they don't even know the law. They don't even know the law because it wasn't given to them. The law was not given to them. They are supposed to be taught. So the very first step is to stay away from them and don't let them teach you anything in the law. But as you listen to Hebrew Israelites, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Even the Most High did not say, what he said about us in Isaiah chapter 48 was not good. In Isaiah 48, which was a prophecy, what he has said about us is true. And that's exactly what we're doing today. He said that we're not worshiping him with all our heart and with all our soul. That we claim to be his people, but we are not being honest, basically. If I paraphrase it, that's Isaiah chapter 48 from verse 1. Yah pretty much said that we are claiming to be his people, but only in our lips. We're not really doing what he says. So be extremely careful. Any man who doesn't have a beard you shouldn't listen to them teach you the Bible. You have to understand that Yah is not going to be with a man who is like actively rebelling against his law. You need to understand that. It may not be a big deal for you, but it is for Yah, because his word does not change. So any man that doesn't mean that it's only those that have a beard. But the reason why I say this is because of the Gentiles, because typically they don't have beards. Typically they don't. But even among the Hebrews that do have a beard, you still have to be careful. And any person that keeps the Sabbath on Saturday, that's a problem. You see, if you don't have a problem with that, there is a problem. Because the Spirit of Yah will not be with a man that is rejecting his calendar. Even the Gentiles are coming out to testify that the sun and the moon is Yah's calendar. And yet, Yah's own people refuse to accept that. So that's going to be your second thing to look out for. There's no reason why to really believe anyone who is not keeping the Sabbath on who is keeping it on Saturday, who is not using the moon. We have to use the sun and the moon to keep the Sabbath. And anybody who is not using the moon to keep the Sabbath, I can guarantee you Yah is not with them, because they're being rebellious to his calendar. They are using man-made calendar to keep the Sabbath. So Yah is not with them. Stay away from women that teach the law. Because if you listen to them, Yah could send you a strong delusion. Any woman that is teaching the law is not of Yah. So these are part of the punishment. And Yah pretty much want women to just stay away from teaching the law. But they're supposed to keep the law, but not teach the law. Just like the Gentiles are supposed to keep the law, but not keep the law. So they're supposed to keep the law and not teach it. The Gentiles are supposed to keep it, but they're not allowed to teach it. It's the same thing. So this is how you protect yourself. But you have to learn how to count the Sabbath yourself. You have to, if you don't know it already, you have to learn it. You have to learn these laws and the commandments by yourself. Meditate in the book of the Lord day and night. Meditate on them day and night. Like as I said, even if you open up the book of Leviticus, like you go to chapter 19, or Exodus chapter 22 or chapter 23, and you see these various laws, even if you read only one verse and you think about it, you think about that one verse that you read, that's something. That's meditation. You're thinking about it, So do that once in the daytime and do it once at night. I like to do it when I wake up because I usually wake up very early. in the morning. So I meditate. When I wake up, I read the script, read a little bit, and then and try to pray 3 times a day. These are things that will get. These are things that will keep us going. So but be extremely careful when you go online to watch videos. Be extremely careful, because like it says that in the later days, it says that it's not a marvel that as Satan transformed himself into an angel of light, his servant or his messengers will also transform themselves into the minister of righteousness. Did you remember what righteousness means? So when you read that place as a Christian, when you read that particular Bible verse saying that, just like Satan transformed himself into being a minister, being an angel of light, just like Satan transformed himself to be an angel of light, we shouldn't be surprised. That's what we're told. We should not be surprised if his agent transformed themselves into ministers of righteousness. That's very interesting, because that doesn't apply to Christians. So when it says that in the last days, basically, that the ministers of Satan will transform themselves into ministers of light or ministers of righteousness, that's something that applies to us. Because according to Psalm 119 verse 172, Yah's commandment is righteousness. So the law is righteousness. Psalm 119 verse 172, the law is righteousness. So when it tells us that, we basically wanting us to be careful that in the last days the ministers of Satan will transform themselves into ministers of righteousness. That's ministers of law. It's talking about those who are going to be claiming that they're keeping the law. That's what it's talking about. So it's referring to those who are going to claim that they're keeping the law. So you have to be very careful. Just because I'm wearing my beard and wearing my fringes and talking about Yah doesn't mean that I'm off Yah. You have to be very, very careful. And just because a man is has a long beard and dresses moderately and wears their fringes, don't let your guard down. You have to get information about them, like when are they keeping the Sabbath. You have to go beyond whatever it is that you're looking for. Whatever the view, you have to find out this person who is teaching this, what are they doing? When do they keep the Sabbath? What is their other beliefs? Because whatever information they are giving you also has to do with their past beliefs. So we have to be extremely careful, but most importantly, we have to go back and start keeping these laws and the commandment. We must keep these laws and the commandments, because that is the only way into the kingdom. That is the only way we're going to make it into the kingdom, according to Revelation chapter 22, verse 14. According to Revelation 22:14, blessed are those that keep his commandment, that they will be allowed to eat from the tree of life and will be allowed to come into the city. So we have to keep these laws and the commandments. There's no other way. We went through, different scriptures today. There's one more scripture that I mentioned that came up, which was Hosea. But you're familiar with that scripture already. You're familiar with Hosea, because it says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I will also reject you. And that place is actually talking about the law. It's talking about the law. Because we've rejected the law. That's why Yah reject us. And we now suffer for that. It says that I will reject you from being a priest for me. So you can no longer be a priest for me, because you are breaking the law. So that's why we are no longer teaching the other nations. and they are the ones who are now teaching us. They are now the ones teaching us, and we are basically following them, but they're teaching us wrong. They're teaching us wrong. That's Hosea chapter 4 verse 6. Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I reject you from being a priest to me. And since you have forgotten the law of your Elohim, I will also forget your children. This is what the Messiah said to our ancestors. You and I are the children of our ancestors. And the only way for us to go back to our Heavenly Father is to go back to the law. Our ancestors forgot the law. The Most High forgot us. That's simple. So if we want to go back to our Heavenly Father, is it our ancestors who are dead in the grave? Are they the ones who will get us out? No. We have to keep the law. We have to keep the law to go back to our Heavenly Father, according to Deuteronomy chapter 4 from verse 25. Deuteronomy chapter 4 from verse 25. So that's why what I meant that, we are responsible for all of this. It's easy to point finger and blame other people. It's easy to point finger and blame white people. I don't like to call them white people. I prefer to call them the Europeans. The Europeans, so you can know who I'm talking about. It's not white people. I'm talking about the Europeans. Because you have the Chinese, they have light skin too. You have the Koreans, So we are responsible, even though they are who they are. Satan used them and everything, and they themselves did the work of Satan when they approached the so-called black woman and offered her, money, but you can only get that money if you don't have a man. Many of our sisters took that option. Some because of their circumstances, but for whatever reason, that was a temptation. Our sisters failed that temptation, and today we have a disaster in our hand. With fatherlessness going on in their houses and everything, and a lot of these children are turning into homosexuality because they don't have a man in their house. So they grow up, sometimes trying to be like their mom. Like sometimes literally trying to be like their mom, like in changing their hair and changing their body. And so we have to go back and keep these laws and the commandment. Every single one of it, we have to be keeping it. We have to follow the commandment that Yah gave us. That's the only way we're going to make it into the kingdom. And like as I was saying before, I am very grateful. And even if for the opportunity that we have to be able to know the truth. It's a journey trying to get there, trying to keep the law and trying to do this is a journey like Yeshua HaMashiach described it in Matthew chapter 7 verse 13 and 14. Matthew 7, 13 and 14. He says that narrow is the way that leads to life. Broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many shall travel through it. So the way that leads to the eternal life, it's not easy. It's bumpy, ups and downs, and it's just not smooth. And most people don't want to travel on that path because it's very uncomfortable, and it requires you that you either have to start doing something or you have to stop doing something. And our people don't want that. So I'm very grateful to our Heavenly Father for opening our eyes and giving us the opportunity to start keeping these laws and the commandments, which is the only requirement into the kingdom. That is the only requirement into the kingdom. On that day, the color of your skin will not matter. The color of your skin will not matter. The color of my skin will not matter. Being an Israelite, that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Yah will judge us based on how we kept the law. That's why a lot of the Hebrew Israelites, the Most High, look at what he has done in the past. The Most High does not play. He doesn't play. He destroys our ancestors that refuse to keep the law. So just being a Hebrew Israelite is not the only reason why you're going to get into the kingdom. The ultimate pass into the kingdom is keeping the law. That is the ultimate pass into the coming kingdom that Yeshua HaMashiach, our Savior, will rule over. He will rule over that kingdom, and we can see the fourth kingdom collapsing in our face these days. So I thank our Heavenly Father for everything, for opening our eyes, for the opportunity, for the blessings, giving us the opportunity to understand these things and begin to do the things that we need to do. We don't have much time left, but like as I gave that parable in the beginning, we have to act like we're going to be called on to leave at any time. And like as I explained to you in this particular parable, we're not going to take anything. So we're not going to take our house. We're not going to take, you're not taking your car. You're not taking your cell phone. You're not taking anything. Even the stuff we're going to be buried with. When we get down on the ground, they're going to be destroyed. So why will we let, things that doesn't make any sense to stop us from keeping the law? It doesn't make any sense at all. We have to keep these laws and the commandments, every single one of them. And it's not difficult. That's why I was trying to encourage you to, it's not difficult to leave and move to another country if you start planning, start working towards it and start planning. So I thank our Heavenly Father for everything. Before I move on, I just want to say for those, because we went through a lot of scriptures today, for those that do have any question, if you do have any question regarding anything that we went through, any scripture or any topic or anything that we went through today, you are more than welcome to contact me. You're more than welcome to contact me if you have any question, and I will try my best to help as much as I can. I give you all the glory and all the honor for opening our eyes, and I really do hope that you will start keeping these laws and the commandments, because Satan wants to distract you as much as possible. Satan wants to distract you from keeping these laws, because that is the only way into the kingdom. But you have to keep them. You have to keep these laws and the commandments, the Sabbath, everything. We have to do these things. It's not difficult if we plan our lives, to walk with it. It's not that difficult. So I thank our Heavenly Father for everything. Like as I said, if you do have any question regarding to anything that we went through today, you're more than welcome to contact me, and I will really wish and pray that we will continue or start keeping all the laws, the ones that we're not keeping already, that we should start keeping, because most of the time we're already keeping some of the laws. I mean, most of us don't steal, most of us don't cheat or steal or kill. So we're already keeping the law. It's just that we're not keeping all of the laws, and we need to start keeping all of the laws, starting with the book of Leviticus, the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Exodus, the book of Numbers. That's where you find the laws. In the book of the law, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Exodus, that is where we find the laws, and we read them and we keep them. We pray 3 times a day. We read our scripture once in the daytime, once at nighttime. It's not that difficult. I thank our Heavenly Father for everything for that.